never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. As US President Joe Biden hosts a summit of NATO leaders in Washington, one of the country's most powerful Democrats is indicating that the discussion about the future of his presidential re-election bid is not yet over. Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, says Democrats should allow the president the opportunity to lead the NATO meetings and then return to the debate over the future of his candidacy. FSN's Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
Appearing on MSNBC, Nancy Pelosi appeared to ignore the fact that the president says his mind is made up and he's staying in the race.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
But not that short, because she indicated Democrats should ease off while the president is hosting more than 30 world leaders at the NATO summit.
Let him deal with this NATO conference. This is a very big deal. Let's just hold off. Whatever you're thinking, either tell somebody privately, but you don't have to put that out on the table.
The Biden re-election campaign will view Mrs. Pelosi's comments with horror, fearing that she is no longer firmly adhering herself to the president's train.
Meanwhile, the first full day of the NATO summit is underway in Washington, D.C. The military alliance has pledged more support for Ukraine, including 5 additional missile interception systems. The announcement comes after Russia launched deadly strikes on Ukraine, including on a children's hospital in the capital. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
The statement issued by the White House said the U.S., Germany and Romania will provide Ukraine with additional Patriot batteries, and the Netherlands will provide components to operate one other Patriot battery. Italy will be providing another SAMP-T air defense system, while countries like Canada, Norway, Spain and the UK will be contributing dozens of tactical air defense systems to Ukraine. U.S. President Joe Biden called it a historic donation of air defense equipment. Megumi Lim in Kiev.
US lawmakers on Wednesday are voting on a bill banning non-citizens from taking part in federal elections, something which is already illegal. Democrats, though, say the measure is unnecessary and designed to sow distrust among voters. FSN's Sally Patterson has more.
At a news conference on Tuesday, US House Speaker Mike Johnson said, quote, "Many of the Democrats want all of these illegals to participate in our federal elections. They want them to vote." That's a line being peddled by Donald Trump as well in his campaign against the unprecedented levels of undocumented migrants entering the United States through Mexico. In the draft Republican platform published on Monday ahead of the GOP convention, it says the party will implement measures to secure our elections.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. As Ukraine tops the agenda at the NATO Leaders Summit getting underway in Washington, the Russians have again denied they were behind Monday's missile strike on a children's hospital in Ukraine. It was part of a daytime barrage against cities across the country that left nearly 40 people dead and 200 injured. The Ukrainians say the hospital in Kyiv will need to be completely rebuilt. President Biden, hosting the NATO summit, called the assault a horrific reminder of Russia's brutality. Hamish de Bretton-Gordon is a former British Army officer and former head of NATO's Rapid Reaction CBRN battalion.
Nobody should be any surprised at all that the Russians are attacking hospitals and schools. I saw them do it in Syria between 2014 and 2022. In fact, working for health agencies and NGOs in Syria, we documented 1,000 attacks on healthcare workers and hospitals. I know the Russians are claiming today that actually it was a Ukrainian Patriot missile that hit this hospital, but that is absolute rubbish. We all know, those of us who know about these things, that it's a subsonic Russian missile called a KH-101.
And at the United Nations, where the Russian ambassador insisted Moscow bears no responsibility for the attack, Ukraine's representative presented photographic evidence identifying fragments from a Russian cruise missile. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, one of the US's most powerful Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, says the discussion about the future of Joe Biden's presidential re-election bid is not yet over. The first full day of the NATO summit is underway in Washington, D.C., with the military alliance pledging more support for Ukraine, and US lawmakers are voting on a bill to ban non-citizens from taking part in elections, something which is already illegal. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Alrighty, and that, my friends, is how we close out a Wednesday. Look at there, hump day is in the books. We turn the page on the calendar, I start looking toward the weekend. We make our way into a Thursday, otherwise known as Friday Eve. How we doing? Steve Summers live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, gather around. Let's get ready to roll here. Trust your week's going well. We're about to say farewell to what's left of Beryl. Of course, we've been talking for 2 weeks about what turned into a major Category 5 hurricane at one point in time. The remnants now still pushing into the out of the northeastern tier of the country, moving on up into Quebec, Canada. One of the trailing line of showers and thunderstorms not reaching severe levels tonight, unlike we've had severe weather pretty much every night this week. Kind of zoom it in, we've got rain in upstate New York, much of northern Vermont, New Hampshire. But that one trailing line that'll be pushing off the eastern seaboard during the overnight hours, still bringing some shower activity into eastern Pennsylvania. That line is east of Scranton. As we speak, moving through Allentown. Here in the next hour or so, we'll probably see a few showers rolling through Philadelphia, eventually Atlantic City. And it looks like we've got a little shower activity down into the D.C. area. Still a few remnants of showers in northern portions of North Carolina, right along the Virginia border there. Not much to write home about, but we shall finally be saying farewell, good riddance, arrivederci to Beryl. But things, boy oh boy, they've got a critical situation unfolding in Texas. I've been talking the last several days in the wake of Beryl with the widespread power outages that continue to affect the areas hardest hit. As of Monday morning, there were still over 1.5 million residents without power, and about 1.3 million of those are right there in and around the Houston area. Officials warn some people may be without electricity for additional days. Based on the current progress with their damage assessment and the initial restoration, CenterPoint Energy now said they expected to have 1 million impacted customers restored by the end of the day today, Wednesday, where it's still Wednesday evening there. They had a press conference there Monday evening. The problem, though, is temperatures continue to rise. Triple-digit heat indices in places like Houston and Galveston, Bay City, Texas. Temperatures will continue to feel well above 100 degrees for many hours through midweek here. For those without power, the conditions can make daily routines, storm cleanup, very difficult, if not dangerous. People being urged to take breaks from the heat when and where you can. Stay hydrated for sure if you have to be outdoors. CenterPoint Energy said the impact of the storm and the customers, systems, and infrastructure was indeed more than they anticipated. Outages to more than 2.26 million at one point in time. Now, about 2.8 million Houston area customers rely on CenterPoint. Those winds causing significant damage to parts of the electric grid, including some of the hard-hit areas like Galveston, where 250 poles on a single circuit are down, and Brazoria County, where hundreds of trees are uprooted and on power lines. CenterPoint Energy said they had restored more than 640,000 customers by Tuesday afternoon. They say they're bringing in additional resources. According to CNN, Houston's mayor, whose home was also without power earlier this week, said they're fully aware of how pressing the restoration is. All right, it's not just health that is a concern. With outages that could last for days, food in refrigerators or freezers has spoiled. Some folks say we're struggling to get food, and losing that food would be very difficult. People are flocking to areas that have power, trying to get gas to fill up gas cans and fuel for their generators and to find some food. Now, one of the storm chasers that was on the scene, Aaron Jajak, said, fortunately, some places things are moving pretty good and getting the power back online. He was filling up at a station in Palacios, Texas. He said at the time, my guess is they're trying to prioritize these areas with gas stations, supermarkets, the essential places to get that power up first. Centerpoint added that they're hoping to deploy mobile generation units to provide temporary power to some of the critical facilities, the cooling centers, hospitals, first responder locations. There's a little bit of headbutting going on, the blame game. Have we ever seen this before? Where are the federal resources? President Biden and the Texas lieutenant governor are kind of at odds over who's at fault for the slow pace of the federal response to Hurricane Beryl, as the Houston area residents swelter without power for a third consecutive day. Biden did not issue a major disaster declaration until Tuesday, a full day after the storm made landfall. Now, Biden told the Houston Chronicle he spoke to the Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick Tuesday after, he said, attempting to reach Governor Greg Abbott. Now, both Abbott and Patrick's in charge of the state. Well, Abbott was on a work trip in Asia, said they're not responsible for the delay. As the politicians debate who's at fault, of course, Houston residents facing another day of upheaval from the storm. The city has, for the most part, come to a standstill as residents wait for the power to come back. More than 1.5 million still without power, according to Power Outage US, down from 2.7 million at the worst of the storm. So people having to flock to the cooling centers, trying to survive the heat. Now, typically, they say the president can send federal emergency resources to a state or help pay for relief efforts after state officials declare a major disaster through FEMA. Now, Biden said in a statement announcing the declaration that FEMA has had resources on the ground since before the storm. I've been trying to track down the governor to see. I don't have any authority to do that without a specific request from the governor. That's what he said on Tuesday. The lieutenant governor said, hey, the president had only called once. They had a cordial 3-minute conversation on Tuesday morning. He obviously did know his own employees from FEMA were side by side with me for 3 days, according to Patrick. All he had to do was call them and have them hand their phone to me. Yeah, to quote President Biden, this is a load of malarkey, and he's shoveling it, according to Lieutenant Governor Patrick. Biden asked if the state wanted to declare a major disaster, to which Patrick said yes, and Biden approved it. Now, Patrick said before making an official request, state officials had to determine what they needed to ask for. Ultimately, a disaster declaration for 81 counties. Before the storm made landfall, that was declared last week, Biden finally approved them on Tuesday. Patrick's blaming the lingering power outages on CenterPoint Energy. The utility company said the company should have been better prepared for this storm. Either way, we know we have a lot of customers counting on us to do our job safely and quickly, and that's our highest priority, is what CenterPoint has to say. It is 844-844-3388, squabbling going on in Texas. But it's got to be very uncomfortable with the heat and no AC, struggling to find food and gas, right? But Philly Diane says, good morning from the city of brotherly love. Prayers once again for 5-7. Yeah, I was just curious. I was hoping somebody might be able to post some sort of an update or maybe give us a call. I did not come across any new information this past day as far as how things are going with he and his wife. All right, Rock Pick, good morning, Steve. Truckers, third shift workers, and wise old night owls. It's been a few weeks since Grandpa had to get up for the school bus, so I'm getting used to being up late again. Right now, the Rochester International Airport, a little fog tonight, 70 degrees, but a happy thirsty Thursday, all you hardworking Americans. The weekend is so close you can almost taste it. Watch out for the other drivers out there. Stay safe and enjoy. Hey, says Roy. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. 77 degrees tonight, Wallkill, New York, as we're heading towards Schenectady tonight. Pappy, as usual, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, 68 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Beautiful night in the far side of southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Located in the far side of southwest Ohio. Just about a mile from the great state of Indiana, which is located in the great country of the United States of America. Great night to tune into the overnight drive with Mr. Steve Summers at the helm. 844-844-3388, the number to dial in and be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. All right, still praying for one of our own, 5'7", a.k.a. Chevy Guy, a.k.a. Sailor of the High Seas. Get well soon, Sailor. Tank is in the house. Good morning, Steve-O and the gang from somewhere out here in the California desert, where it's a toasty 107 degrees. Wow. Headed back east toward the Volunteer State. Everybody truck safe and have a blessed day. You know, we've got more on the heat out west. Is that big dome, the heat dome, has been dominating all week long. I guess the latest word is the heat is going to begin to expand further to the east as we head into and through the upcoming weekend. All right, Rubber Duck cooking dinner at the 25 off I-69 in Michigan, since TA thinks we don't need any kind of food, apparently. Some turban suburban driver was making those poor pigs holler. Okay? Morning, everybody. Be safe. Keep passing them mile marker signs, says Jerry. Thanks for everything you do. Michael Smith, good morning to all. Big Ed, hello, are you with me? Another day done gone. Buzzard Lips checking in from Mansfield, Ohio, en route to Des Moines, Pennsylvania, then back to Columbus. Beautiful night to be trucking. 66 degrees. Keep it safe, drivers. Thanks for what you do there, Steve. Okay, let's see. Jerry said just got a warning. He's in the Hoosier State that the Oakdale Dam is at flood stage here in Indiana. Okay. Hello, Timothy. Good morning. A cool 74 here in the wild town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. Yeah, the wild town. Yeah, that's funny. He's not. Lauren Weeks, two-time world champion, bull hauler. Morning, Steve-O. 70 degrees here in Des Moines, Iowa. Don't know why we get news to start this show from the BBC. At least the announcers sound British. It is the worst accent that exists, in his opinion. Now, we got foreigners telling us what we already know is happening in this fine country. All right, I'm done with my rant. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed north for the Badger. It's an epic night for some high-speed trucking. A special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Corn Patch tonight. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving in the moonlight at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. A warm 77 degrees at this hour. Keep it shiny side up.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I saw a post from Horse Feathers a bit earlier out of Pennsylvania, to which he says, where's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler when you need him? York County, PA, a Texas Longhorn bull on the loose in York County, Pennsylvania, disrupting traffic on Interstate 83, according to PennDOT this past day. It all reportedly started a little before 3 in the afternoon, according to 511 PA. Fairview Township Police were called to the scene, dispatch confirming that the loose steer had escaped a trailer while being transported. The wandering bull seen in the grassy median strip of exit 36, surrounded by parked vehicles, and you had the one guy wielding a lasso, roll him in, trying to rein in the animal. Drivers were also seen on the shoulder of the highway as the bull was trotting through lanes of traffic. The bull was even seen at the front door of a nearby office space, peering through the glass. After wandering the roadways, PennDOT confirmed the Longhorn was ultimately caught a little before 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So all the drivers out there were doing their part, trying to surround him and get the lasso, cowboy. It is 844-844-3388. Double truckers, 65 degrees in Lodi. Rainy night tonight, along with some gusty winds, enough to keep you on your toes. Visibility not high tonight. Anyways, driving fast, taking risks as I head back to western New York. Take care, 5-7. Buckeye Boy checking in from I-80 eastbound, rolling through Wyoming. About 80 miles from Cheyenne, where it's a pleasant 64 degrees. I was able to load a little earlier, so now we're headed toward the home 20. I'll be tuned in with you for a couple of hours here. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. All right, good to hear from you. Safe travels there, Buckeye Boy. I know he's hightailing it, trying to get back to the home 20 in time for the birthday party coming up. Was it the grandson this weekend? I think it was. All right, hot out west. Yes, indeed. Las Vegas baking in the 5th consecutive day of temperatures at 115 degrees or greater. A hot spell that's going to broil much of the U.S. right on into the weekend. The temperature hit 115 a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon at Harry Reid International Airport, breaking the old mark of 4 consecutive days that was set back in 2005. That record could be extended or even doubled by the weekend. Now, even by desert standards, they say the prolonged baking that Nevada's largest city is experiencing right now is almost unprecedented. Yeah, the most extreme heat wave since they started keeping records in Las Vegas in 1937. They've already broke 16 heat records since June 1, well before the official start of summer. And we're not even halfway through July yet, according to a local meteorologist. Now, July has felt the hottest in the 15 years I've lived in Las Vegas, according to that forecaster. She said she doesn't step outside during the day if she can help it. It is oppressively hot, and it's like you can't really live your life with these kind of temperatures. Officials warn, yes, it is dangerously hot. There have been at least 9 heat-related deaths this year in Clark County, which encompasses Las Vegas, according to the county coroner. That toll is likely to go higher. Now, even people of average age, seemingly healthy individuals can suffer heat illness when it's so hot, and it's hard for your body to cool down. Now, for homeless residents and those without access to safe environments, officials have set up emergency cooling centers at community centers across southern Nevada. They've been under an excessive heat warning on 3 separate occasions this summer, totaling about 12 days of dangerous heat. Not a lot of relief even after the sun goes down. Yeah, it tends to get hot out there in the desert, doesn't it? 29 past the hour.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. As US President Joe Biden hosts a summit of NATO leaders in Washington, one of the country's most powerful Democrats is indicating that the discussion about the future of his presidential re-election bid is not yet over. Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, says Democrats should allow the president the opportunity to lead the NATO meetings and then return to the debate over the future of his candidacy. FSN's Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
Appearing on MSNBC, Nancy Pelosi appeared to ignore the fact that the president says his mind is made up and he's staying in the race.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
But not that short, because she indicated Democrats should ease off while the president is hosting more than 30 world leaders at the NATO summit.
Let him deal with this NATO conference. This is a very big deal. Let's just hold off. Whatever you're thinking, either tell somebody privately, but you don't have to put that out on the table.
The Biden re-election campaign will view Mrs. Pelosi's comments with horror, fearing that she is no longer firmly adhering herself to the president's train.
Meanwhile, the first full day of the NATO summit is underway in Washington, D.C. The military alliance has pledged more support for Ukraine, including 5 additional missile interception systems. The announcement comes after Russia launched deadly strikes on Ukraine, including on a children's hospital in the capital. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
The statement issued by the White House said the U.S., Germany and Romania will provide Ukraine with additional Patriot batteries, and the Netherlands will provide components to operate one other Patriot battery. Italy will be providing another SAMP-T air defense system, while countries like Canada, Norway, Spain and the UK will be contributing dozens of tactical air defense systems to Ukraine. U.S. President Joe Biden called it a historic donation of air defense equipment. Megumi Lim in Kiev.
US lawmakers on Wednesday are voting on a bill banning non-citizens from taking part in federal elections, something which is already illegal. Democrats, though, say the measure is unnecessary and designed to sow distrust among voters. FSN Sally Patterson has more.
At a news conference on Tuesday, US House Speaker Mike Johnson said, quote, many of the Democrats want all of these illegals to participate in our federal elections. They want them to vote. That's a line being peddled by Donald Trump as well in his campaign against the unprecedented levels of undocumented migrants entering the United States through Mexico. In the draft Republican platform published on Monday ahead of the GOP convention, it says the party will implement measures to secure our elections.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Phone lines are open at 844-844-3388. Hello, good evening to Daniel. Over by Butte, Montana, 71 degrees. He said, I'm pedaling as fast as I can to get to Minnesota. There's Bidu checking in. Good morning to the overnight crew. Shorty, I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia, with 77 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 2. 4 days till cruise time. Guess Rubber Duck's having a hard time getting his charcoal lit. He said, Walmart, your charcoal sucks. All right, we were talking about the heat out west. And it's really, from the Canadian border to the Mexican border, Oregon has set record daily highs. Portland hit 103. Salem and Eugene hit 105 on Tuesday. Excessive heat warnings remain in place. Over on the East Coast, Philadelphia, northern Delaware, nearly all of New Jersey saw temperatures around 90 for most of the region this past day. Now that the heat warning, the heat advisories expired there about 8 o'clock this past evening. Forecasters said there might be a need to extend it, so we'll see if they do pop that back up. Right now, we're not seeing that on the map. At the Grand Canyon National Park Service investigating the third hiker death in recent weeks. Temperatures on parts of some trails reaching 120 degrees in the shade. Wow. High in Phoenix was expected to reach about 114. Authorities investigated the death of a 2-year-old who was left alone in a hot vehicle near Tucson this week. A 4-month-old died from heat-related complications last Friday, according to the Mojave County Sheriff's Department. How do you leave a kid in the car in these kind of... Well, at any time. That's firefighters in Henderson, Nevada. Last week became the first in the region to deploy what city spokesperson called polar pods, devices filled with water and ice to cool a person exhibiting symptoms of heat stroke or related medical emergency. Of course, you got to feel for the firefighters out there. A blaze burning in northern Oregon, east of Portland, blew up to 11 square miles by this past afternoon. With the hot temperatures, gusty wind, very low humidity, according to the fire marshal there. That is known as the Larch Creek Fire that closed Highway 197, forced evacuations for some of the remote homes out there. California firefighters battling at least 19 wildfires this past day, including a 45-square-mile blaze that prompted evacuation orders for about 200 homes in the mountains of Santa Barbara County there. The heat is on. There's Brian, who just chimed in. Good morning from the TA in Porter, Indiana, where it's a nice, comfortable 65 degrees at this hour. All right, when I was going through compiling some of our industry headlines, another scenario out of California. We're talking about the heat. And I could swear that lawmakers in California spend every waking hour of their life thinking about who can we go after next, who can we try to shut down. So let me start with the California Air Resources Board that has passed a new rule cracking down on pollution caused by forklifts now. The zero-emission forklift regulation, where they're looking to phase out the use of large spark-ignited, otherwise known as LSI, forklifts in the state in favor of zero-emission equipment, a.k.a. battery electric, right? Under the new rule, manufacturers will be banned from selling Class 4 and Class 5 LSI forklifts, categories that largely operate on propane, gasoline, and natural gas starting in 2026. Then the operation of spark-ignited forklifts by large fleets will be phased out in 2028. For small fleets, the use of spark-ignited forklifts will be phased out in 2029. CARB says more than 89,000 spark-ignited forklifts are currently in use in the state of California. Switching to zero-emission forklifts will avoid 2 tons of nitrogen oxide emissions per day by the year 2031. Forklift owners and operators will see $2.7 billion in net fleet cost savings from lowered operating costs, so they say. They say the new regulation will result in $7.5 billion in health benefit savings from 2026 to 2043 from reduced hospital visits and medical care. So, again, going after everything from your gas-powered lawn equipment, weed eaters, leaf blowers, everything, trying to force everything to electric. We've been beating this drum for how long? The grid is not up to the task. And they just keep digging this hole deeper and deeper. As we got the report this past day, California Independent System Operator told customers be prepared to conserve energy. Forecast of the extreme heat this week will raise power demand and strain the grid. The grid is stable right now, according to the California ISO, but events that linger for days can overtax generators and cause outages. The grid operator expects higher electricity demand Wednesday and Thursday, with today, Thursday, set to be the hottest day this week. If weather or grid conditions worsen, the ISO may issue a series of emergency notifications to access additional resources and prepare market participants and the public for potential energy shortages. They also may issue a flex alert, urging consumers to voluntarily reduce electric consumption between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. Let's keep on digging that hole. Digging. All right. Let's get to the calls. Eagle's going to start things off tonight. I guess he's got to get up early in the day and wanted to try to get in early this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. How you doing, Steve? Okay, yeah, brother. I got things to talk about tonight. Interesting things. Yeah, I appreciate you getting me on early. I got one of these other customers, these knucklehead customers I got to deliver to. at 2:00 in the morning, and they won't even let you park. We already gone over this with you before. They won't even let you park on their facility. You can only pull in the gate 15 minutes before your appointment. Just totally ridiculous. And, they got a police officer out here writing out tickets right now for drivers that parked on the side of the road in front of the Walmart distribution where I'm at. You park on the side of the road, you trying to deliver a load to these people, and you got a cop out there writing $200, $300 tickets for somebody trying to get some sleep. It's just ridiculous. It's a shame the way they treat truck drivers. And by the way, Steve, I want to tell people, if anybody is going down through Shreveport, Louisiana on Interstate 20, you better make sure that you take the bypass around town, the 220 bypass, because if you don't, there's a cop sitting there waiting on you. I made a mistake today. Luckily, he was a nice guy. He let me go. I didn't see the sign, and I stopped on the shoulder of the road. They got Louisiana state troopers sitting right there waiting on you as soon as you go past the on 20 trying to drive through town, because they're doing a construction project going through there, and that's about a $400 or $500 fine if they catch you driving your truck through Shreveport, Louisiana, the city part of it. I seen like 5 trucks pulled over this afternoon when I was there. And luckily, the guy, he didn't give me no ticket because I pulled over and told him, that I didn't see the sign, so he let me go on about my way, saved me $500. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I got lucky because they damn sure writing out tickets. So anybody rolling that way, you better be real careful. But yeah, Steve, let's talk about Houston for a minute before I get to Joe Biden. This situation in Houston is real, real dire. Like I say, I grew up there. I don't live there no more, but I still got family and friends that live there. They're still having power outages. I don't know what the number is right now. It might be in the millions as far as I know, people that's still waiting on power in the Houston area. And they're telling some people that it could be 2 to 3 weeks. And I don't know anybody that's ever been to Houston before during the summertime, and to be without air conditioning in Texas. That's the reason why they built the Astrodome back in the 60s, because the heat and humidity in Texas was so bad they had to have an indoor facility to play baseball, football, whatever, because the temperature is so bad in Texas in June, July, August, the heat and humidity. So now you got people sitting in Texas right now without power in a house with no electricity and no air conditioning. So you got a lot of people that's miserable right now in the Houston, Texas area, and not only bad enough you got to deal with that, but then you got to deal with the floods. Maybe some people got to rebuild their houses, and some people lost their cars. It still amazes me, Steve. You said the other night you hadn't seen no videos. Did you ever get a chance to see any videos of the flooding waters, the streets that look like rivers in Houston?
Highways that are literally highways that are rivers, essentially.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, Steve. Like I said, Interstate 10 was like a damn river. The major interstate that goes through goes through Houston, was literally, you could have had a damn boat. You could have had a speedboat with a motorboat riding down the damn interstate. Like I told you the other day, it's ridiculous, Steve, for that to happen. Houston is a major city. There's no excuse, for it. And this was, I'm going to repeat myself from what I told you the other night, Steve. This was barely a number 1 category hurricane, and you seen all the hell that broke loose in Houston. If Houston can't handle a number 1 hurricane, what you think gonna happen when they have a 3 or a 4, or maybe even a 5? Houston will be totally devastated. So they better be getting prepared. People of Houston, they better be getting ready, because it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Like I told you the other day, Steve, when you stand on the Gulf Coast, from Texas all the way over to Florida, you're in the hot spot. During hurricane season, that hurricane could come in at any time and do some serious damage. So you saw what happened with Fort Myers last year. So a lot of people got devastated. It's a shame that it had to happen, but Houston, they need to start renewing their water system or flood zones or something. But they got to do something, because the whole world, the whole United States is seeing this, and it's not a good look. It's not a good look on TV, Steve, when you turn the TV on and you see an interstate that look like a damn look like a river. That's just not a good look for your city. Now let's talk about Joe Biden, Steve. I got some more interesting news over the last couple of hours, days today about Joe Biden and another. You got these so-called celebrities. I forgot what this guy's name is. You got some people out in Hollywood saying that they want to pull the endorsement of Joe Biden. They don't. I forgot what this guy. He literally came out and said Joe Biden has no chance of winning. I think his name George Clooney. I think
right.
that's what his
that's
name
him.
Is.
George just held a fundraiser for Biden here about a week and a half ago, and he was one of several Hollywood elites that came out saying Joe needs to step aside.
Yeah. Well, that's what I heard with Dan Bongino. You know, Dan Bongino, like I said, he has the inside track. You know, I didn't start listening to him until the last couple of months. You know, because I heard Pappy talking about him all the time on the radio, and some of the things he say, and now I see why he listens to him, because this guy knows what he's talking about, because he had the inside track. Because he was a Secret Service agent for Barack Obama and I think some other presidents. I can't remember the other who he was Secret Service, but he knows how it operates. And for what they saying now, Steve, as much as Joe Biden don't want to get out, the one thing that's gonna make him get out more than likely is that they saying that they're gonna dry up the funds. These big money donors, these big billionaires, these multimillionaires, these guys are gonna stop donating money to Joe Biden, and you can't run a campaign if you ain't got no money. That's what Bongino is saying, that's what's going to eventually drive Biden out of the race, is that he's going to run out of money, because these people are pulling out left and right. They going to hit Joe Biden in his pocketbook, and he ain't going to have no choice but to get out, because his money is going to go dry. If he can make it to the convention, that's the big thing, Steve. Can Joe Biden make it to August? I don't know what the day is when they had the Democratic convention. That's the question. Can Joe Biden, if he makes it to that day, then he'll be on the ballot for president. But what's going to happen between now and then? There's still a lot. There's 30 to 40 days between now and the Democratic convention. A lot of things can take place, and a lot of people are saying that Joe Biden's name won't be at the. It's kind of funny to say it. A lot of people are saying that Joe Biden won't be at the Democratic convention. He might not be there. Somebody else might be standing at that podium at that night. So we'll see how it goes. But they saying that they're gonna try to hit Joe Biden in his pocket now, Steve. They gonna try to dry up his fund. These big money donors, these Hollywood people, these multi-millionaire, billionaire type people. They're gonna try to dry his money up. And you even heard Maxine Waters, and now you got the ugliest woman in the history of Washington D.C. Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi running their mouth about Joe Biden. Nancy Pelosi, she had the nerve to say, he just told her, she said today, Steve, it just amazes me how stupid she is. She said, well, Joe Biden has to figure out what he wants to do if he wants to stay in the race to get out. Joe Biden just told you just the other day that he's staying in the race. So what the hell is she talking about? She just told him that he was staying in the race, but Nancy comes out there and say Joe Biden needs to figure out what he wants to do. So that showed you how smart she is. And like I say, the same thing with Maxine Waters. When she was talking about Joe Biden, she said that she's older than Joe Biden and that she has more experience than anybody in Washington, D.C. Well, yeah, that might be true, but she stole more money since she's been in D.C. too. Ask Maxine Waters how she's staying in that multi-million-dollar home she live in out there in California, yet she represents the poorest district out there, Compton, California. Same thing with Nancy out there in San Francisco. Ask Nancy how she achieved all that money on the type of money that she was making working in the White House, and she lives in that big mansion out there in San Francisco. I want to ask Nancy and Maxine Waters how they achieved all that money and see how quiet they get. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, yeah, that's it's all the inside information they have, Eagle. It's one of the reasons. Yeah, you've got these lifetime politicians. The inside information allows you to know which maybe stocks to invest in, legislative decisions that are going to be coming down that may impact a stock price. That is how politicians from either side of the aisle, from a $140,000 or $170,000 annual salary, end up banking millions of dollars. It just doesn't seem fair, does it? All right, did we lose the Grump? I believe we did. Grump was on board. Give us a ring back. I know you wanted to talk some trucking stuff, but all right, we'll get back to the phones just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
And yes, Eagle, you are 100% correct about the donors. Dry up the money. Pappy just sent me a link. It was a headline from, day before yesterday from the Wall Street Journal. That Joe Biden has 100 million reasons to stay in the race. He cannot legally shift his campaign war chest to Harris until he's the official Democratic nominee. So Pappy had been alluding to that the last couple of nights. It says, if Mr. Biden drops out before the Democrat Party formally makes him their nominee, the Federal Election Commission rules dictate that no more than $2,000 of any campaign funds that he raised can be transferred to any other candidate, including Ms. Harris. Newsmax had the headline, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, signaling to donors privately that he's open to replacing Joe at the top of the ticket. Of course, Schumer is the top Democrat and the staunchest of Biden allies, who has publicly backed him since his disastrous debate. A widely panned performance, the first face-off of the election cycle. Now, despite his public support for Joe, Schumer has reportedly explored a different path privately. Behind the scenes, over the past 12 days, they say, he's been listening to squeamish donors about the best way forward for the party, according to Axios this past day. Now, Joe sent that letter to Democrats on Monday, standing firm against those calls for him to drop out, demanding an end to the inter-party drama that's torn him apart since the debate. And those calls are actually intensifying as more and more donors and lawmakers, many of them from his own party, pressing him to step aside. Now, among some of the prominent donors now voicing doubts about Biden is, as Eagle just mentioned, the mega celebrity activist George Clooney, who this past day joined the chorus urging Joe to drop out. Lawmakers and donors, though, kind of waiting for some more polling data, most of which has been negative for Biden, before making a potential move against the president. Of course, everyone watching closely his public performance, parsing his every appearance and utterance, eager to see how he performs in the post-NATO summit news conference that will be coming up later today, Thursday, according to Axios. All right, we'll get to Pappy's on board, as a matter of fact. Scarecrow checks in here on a Thursday as well. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Quickly, before we hit the top of the hour here, yes, the core of the massive heat dome responsible for the multiple record highs in California and Nevada slowly begin shifting eastward through this weekend and into next week, with the highest temperatures relative to historical average to be experienced over the Great Basin, the Rockies, and then the Plains. As we've been talking, all-time record highs set in Palmdale, California, Redding, California, Las Vegas, Palm Springs, California. At the center of this large high-pressure area, as it begins to shift eastward, that extreme heat will continue to ease in the Pacific Coast states and in many of the Nevada and Arizona deserts as well. Daily temperatures will be trending downward, closer to where you would typically be this time of year. So more on a bit of, in other words, there's some relief at the end of the light here.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. As US President Joe Biden hosts a summit of NATO leaders in Washington, one of the country's most powerful Democrats is indicating that the discussion about the future of his presidential re-election bid is not yet over. Nancy Pelosi, the former Speaker of the House of Representatives, says Democrats should allow the president the opportunity to lead the NATO meetings and then return to the debate over the future of his candidacy. FSN's Washington correspondent Simon Marks reports.
Appearing on MSNBC, Nancy Pelosi appeared to ignore the fact that the president says his mind is made up and he's staying in the race.
It's up to the president to decide if he is going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short.
But not that short, because she indicated Democrats should ease off while the president is hosting more than 30 world leaders at the NATO summit.
Let him deal with this NATO conference. This is a very big deal. Let's just hold off. Whatever you're thinking, either tell somebody privately, but you don't have to put that out on the table.
The Biden re-election campaign will view Mrs. Pelosi's comments with horror, fearing that she is no longer firmly adhering herself to the president's train.
Meanwhile, the first full day of the NATO summit is underway in Washington, D.C. The military alliance has pledged more support for Ukraine, including 5 additional missile interception systems. The announcement comes after Russia launched deadly strikes on Ukraine, including on a children's hospital in the capital. FSN's Megumi Lim reports from Kiev.
The statement issued by the White House said the U.S., Germany and Romania will provide Ukraine with additional Patriot batteries, and the Netherlands will provide components to operate one other Patriot battery. Italy will be providing another SAMP-T air defense system, while countries like Canada, Norway, Spain and the UK will be contributing dozens of tactical air defense systems to Ukraine. US President Joe Biden called it a historic donation of air defense equipment. Megumi Lim in Kyiv.
US lawmakers on Wednesday are voting on a bill banning non-citizens from taking part in federal elections, something which is already illegal. Democrats, though, say the measure is unnecessary and designed to sow distrust among voters. FSN Sally Patterson has more.
At a news conference on Tuesday, US House Speaker Mike Johnson said, quote, many of the Democrats want all of these illegals to participate in our federal elections. They want them to vote. That's a line being peddled by Donald Trump as well in his campaign against the unprecedented levels of undocumented migrants entering the United States through Mexico. In the draft Republican platform published on Monday ahead of the GOP convention, it says the party will implement measures to secure our elections.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. As Ukraine tops the agenda at the NATO Leaders Summit getting underway in Washington, the Russians have again denied they were behind Monday's missile strike on a children's hospital in Ukraine. It was part of a daytime barrage against cities across the country that left nearly 40 people dead and 200 injured. The Ukrainians say the hospital in Kyiv will need to be completely rebuilt. President Biden, hosting the NATO summit, called the assault a horrific reminder of Russia's brutality. Hamish de Bretton-Gordon is a former British Army officer and former head of NATO's Rapid Reaction CBRN battalion.
Nobody should be any surprised at all that the Russians are attacking hospitals and schools. I saw them do it in Syria between 2014 and 2022. In fact, working for health agencies and NGOs in Syria, we documented 1,000 attacks on healthcare workers and hospitals. I know the Russians are claiming today that actually it was a Ukrainian Patriot missile that hit this hospital, but that is absolute rubbish. We all know, those of us who know about these things, that it's a subsonic Russian missile called a KH-101.
And at the United Nations, where the Russian ambassador insisted Moscow bears no responsibility for the attack, Ukraine's representative presented photographic evidence identifying fragments from a Russian cruise missile. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, one of the US's most powerful Democrats, Nancy Pelosi, says the discussion about the future of Joe Biden's presidential re-election bid is not yet over. The first full day of the NATO summit is underway in Washington, D.C., with the military alliance pledging more support for Ukraine, and US lawmakers are voting on a bill to ban non-citizens from taking part in elections, something which is already illegal. That's Feature Story News. Nick Harper reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Rolling into hour number 2. As we kick off a new day from time zone to time zone, a Thursday, 11th day of July coming on. And we got some racing action coming up this weekend. Hot Shot Secret will be on location. Bowling Green, Kentucky, Friday and Saturday. Get ready for the Bluegrass Truck Jam at Beach Bend Raceway Park. They're in Bowling Green. That's the Outlaw Diesel Super Series. And Hot Shot Secret will be on location. They'll have the booth set up there. Stop by, say hello, maybe get a free sample. Looking ahead the following weekend, as the NTPA truck and tractor pools get back into full swing. July 19th and 20th, mark your calendars for the NTPA Lions Super Pool of the South. That'll be a Friday-Saturday event in Chapel Hill, Tennessee. 5 NTPA Grand National classes each night. And yes, Hot Shot Secret will be on location there as well. So it's the Bluegrass this weekend with the Outlaw Diesel Super Series, then on into Tennessee with the NTPA the following weekend. All right, back at it here. Hello, Peppy. What's happening tonight?
What's happening? What's going on, Steve? Two of Eagles' favorite two people. Steve, I don't know if you caught this or not, but he's going to try to find some clips. Joy. Oh, Joy Behart and Joy Reid. Did you hear what they were saying, Steve?
No, I've not. No. What are they saying now?
Oh, they're upset, Steve. Joy came out, Behart of The View came out. She said, I am sick and tired of this Biden bashing. Do you believe that? Steve, he's only been catching some slack here for like 2 weeks. And I was watching a rerun of The Five here on Fox. And they played these two clips of these two ladies talking about they're tired of people bashing on Biden. And they were right, Steve, the panel. Trump's been bashed on for 8 years. Oh, my God. They got no problem bashing Trump for 8 years. Oh, the Russian collusion thing, the PPOs, they're upset. They're tired of it. Oh, my goodness. And then Nancy comes out, right? Mm-hmm. Hey, man, we got the NATO leaders in town. Let's don't badmouth the big guy right now. It's kind of, we can't have this going on while NATO's in town. NATO's going to start this third world nuclear holocaust, Steve. I'll tell you what. There's been talk back and forth whether they let Ukraine in or not. And I'm telling you right now, if these NATO people decide to allow Ukraine in, that ain't going to be good for us.
I mean, that was that discussion itself was the catalyst for why this is an ongoing war in Ukraine. The discussions about joining NATO. That was the line in the sand for Putin.
Steve, even Henry Kissinger, I mean, we talked about this months ago. He warned about NATO, man. He warned. You're going to mess with fire here. You keep pressing closer and closer and closer to Russia. Exactly what they did. A lot of people think it was intentional. Remember the kind of golden rule? Remember the first time when Trump left the country? I don't know what trip it was on, but he left the country and media was bashing him, Steve. People were coming out saying, well, this is not the norm. Usually when the president leaves the country, the media is not supposed to bash him. You remember that?
Yep.
And you talked about the SAVE Act. I think it was last night I sent you that. Trying to get some stuff passed here where these illegals aren't going to be allowed to vote, Steve. Dems don't want no part of it.
It's not necessary. Yeah, it's already against the law for them to vote. So yeah, we don't need no stinking law.
Steve, listen, man. There's what? How many? At least 15 million illegals that cross. To think they can't get some ballots in these people's hands. Listen, man, we can't count these people short. We know the shenanigans that they can do. We've been there before. We can't underestimate these people. We can't take nothing for granted here. And one more thing, and I'll get off of here, man, but all this power outages due to this hurricane. Steve, one of the first times I think I called your show years ago at the other place. Steve, that was my biggest fear back then, was the grid going down in this country. And we have talked about it endlessly on this show. And here we got a hurricane that comes through and knocks out this power, man. The only thing I can say is, listen, man, if you can afford it, if there's any way you can do it, you have to have backup power, especially in places like that.
Mm-hmm.
And in places, unless you got a wood burner, come wintertime, that furnace goes out, you're in trouble, man. So I know I've talked about it. People are probably tired of hearing it. But, man, if there's any way you can do it, find a way to get some backup power. All right, my man, that is all. Just sit back and enjoy this Democrat meltdown show, man. Steve, I'm really telling you, though, man, that, we can't put nothing past them. What are they going to do, man? Because they're in a pickle.
Mm-hmm. That's the word. They are definitely in a pickle. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Thanks for taking the call, Steve. We'll back at you tomorrow, probably. Appreciate it. Everybody stay safe. Hammer down.
Thanks for hanging out with us. Pappy, have a good morning. Yeah, there are still, according to Power Outage US, right now I'm looking here, there's 1,323,000 and some change without power in Texas. I don't know how many of those maybe are electric vehicle owners haven't been able to plug in their vehicle in 3 days now, and maybe more days to come. If you're a single car owner and you've got that electric, well, you're dead in the water pretty much right now. Can't help but wonder, even some of these charging stations that might exist for the Teslas and whatnot, do they even have power at those locations for people to try and charge up? If they do, they're probably running on generator power, right? Yeah, get the generator back up. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. I almost forgot till I came across the breakdown from the trucker this past day. Who's heading to Walcott? It all starts today. The Iowa 80, the Walcott Jamboree, is about to get underway. Drivers were rolling in to the Iowa 80 this past day. This year marks the 45th anniversary of the annual Jamboree, as well as the 60th anniversary of the opening of Iowa 80. So a 3-day event kicks off 10 o'clock this morning, Thursday, July 11th at the truck stop, exit 284 off I-80. And that'll wrap up Saturday afternoon with an awards ceremony. This is a place where we celebrate all things trucking, from the dedicated drivers who make our country hum, to the pork chop dinners that reflect our love and dedication to the state of Iowa, to the beautiful antique trucks that thrill and delight. Dolly Meyer, the senior vice president of the Iowa 80 Group, daughter of the Iowa 80 founder, Bill Moon, Ever since Iowa 80 founder Bill hosted the first Truckers Jamboree in 1979, professional drivers and their families have flocked to the world's largest truck stop to take part in the festivities. Of course, during the Jamboree, drivers and other attendees treated to the antique truck display, live music, the pork chop cookout, Super Truck Beauty Contest, over 175 exhibits. This year's musical guests include Royal Lynn, Matt Stell, Shane Prophet, Blackhawk, and the Danny Lynn Howell Band. Other popular features, including the Trucker Olympics, open to anyone with a valid CDL, the Trucker's Best Friend Pet Contest, of course, the Super Truck Beauty Contest, always jam-packed with gorgeous rigs. At the close of the Jamboree, nearly 100 trophies to be awarded in 33 different categories. Coming up Friday, attendees invited to the Iowa 80's 60th anniversary party in the Super Truck showroom. Stop in for a piece of cake, a cool beverage, and a break from the heat. Of course, admission and parking for the event, including all the concerts, is free. Public encouraged to come out, take part in all the fun. Shuttles will be provided between the parking area and the actual event grounds there. And again, it all kicks off 10 o'clock this morning. Two-time world champion bull hauler. What's going on, Lauren?
Morning, Steve. Bill Moon's father and my grandfather were good friends, and my dad, that was one of his first jobs as an electrician, was he got to wire that original building there at Walcott.
Really? Wow.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we were living in Colorado at the time, but he came out and we did that work there and was one of the electricians that got the wire on that. So I've always had that little piece of that 15 minutes of fame there, you know what I'm saying? But hey, I wanted to comment. You were talking about California forcing these forklifts to go electric, and that state's the biggest joke out there, Steve, because I know of nine people that own their own trucks. 6 of them are livestock haulers that run out there on a weekly basis. They haul hogs out, cattle, and sheep back. And then one guy down in Carthage that owns 3 trucks that are reefers, and they're all pre-emissions trucks, and they run out there year after year, and the state of California sends them the paperwork every year, year after year. They re-register their trucks with California and pay the fee and get their registration for running out there. And they never, they send them letters every year saying that they're going to start tamping down on that emission stuff. And they never do it. As long as they pay their fee, they let them go out there all the time.
I'll be darned.
And I just think it's ironic. It's just ironic the way California jumps up and down on that. It's like CARB's supposed to have these people, these crews that go out and test these trucks, and these guys have been. I know this one guy that's got 4 livestock trucks that run out there. They haven't been tested years and years and years, and they run out there with no problem. So it's a big joke. It's just, they just collect the money, and I think they persecute their own citizens in that state, kind of sadly. But they don't ever. They send these guys letters every year saying they're going to cut them off from going out there, but as long as they pay their fee and they know exactly what year their truck is, exactly what they're running for power and everything else, they take their money and they still get their fee to go out there.
Money, money, money. It always comes down to the money. Well,
yeah.
It's just a big money grab.
Yeah, it does. Hey, and one more thing before I get off here talking about Trump. Did you see today where Chuck Schumer's going to go through the Senate and they're going to try to get paperwork put together to nullify what the Supreme Court did for Donald Trump on the immunity stuff for that January 6th?
Isn't that something?
And just like they changed the charges in New York.
The lengths they will, it's exactly what Pappy was just saying, what lengths they will go to try to stop Donald Trump. It never ends.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'll be honest with you, Steve. I don't know that they're going to let him win this election, regardless of how much popularity he gets. Because there's at this point now, especially with Joe Biden foundering like he is, there is no way in hell that they're going to let Donald Trump back in that White House. I mean, I hope they do. I'm going to vote for the man, but I just don't see how. Everybody thinks they pulled some shenanigans in the election last time. You wait till now and see what happens. We'll see how it goes. Thanks for having me on, Steve. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right, good to hear from you, Lauren. We slow down out there. You see what that speed limit is.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll get some of the other industry headlines. We've had a lot of legislative updates this week. Night after night. Updates on the speed limiter, where they've kicked the can down the road again, May of next year at the earliest. I had an update on the broker rule. Coming up, we've got an update as well on the automatic emergency braking systems mandate on the heavy-duty vehicles, which, again, they say that's coming up not till next year. All the details ahead. Senor Heatwave, how we doing?
Goodness gracious, that was quick. I'm doing all right. Come on, people, let's call in. I just got on the phone 30 seconds ago. Hey, I tell you what, it's supposed to be 3 equal parts of the law, not law, but you got the judicial, the legislation,
right,
and the executive offices. What is that telling people about, the judicial? It's telling them that they cannot make judgments that are going to go against one party. And how damn stupid are the Democrats to realize that what the judges did, not only does it benefit Trump, but it also benefits their silly asses. Whatever Carter did that's questionable, he can be brought up on charges now, if this is what they want. If, Barry, well, we know he's done some shady stuff, he could be brought up on charges. If they don't like the immunity thing, even Trump can be, not Trump, but Biden can be brought up on charges.
Sure.
For anything. And so, I've got some college experience. I'm not, quote, educated, unquote, in college, But I mean, you don't have to be to see the nonsense that's going on. Then what's going to happen when one of their former buddies, like Clinton, gets in trouble? I guess we're going to have to go back and change the laws again, ain't we?
Have to change the rule.
Yeah. Well, I mean, rule, law, to them, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a law. Because Biden will wholeheartedly sign off on it because he knows he's done some shady stuff out there. So, but anyways, man, I tell you what, freight is slow. I got up after my 10-hour break, and the dispatchers apologized, saying there was not really a whole lot of anything out there, so I waited 3 hours like we suggested, called back. Well, there's really nothing out there. All right. Called back 2 hours later, and then the dispatcher I was talking to says, "What, he didn't dispatch you out on anything?" I said, "No, this was the agreed upon plan to, call back." He says, "We can send you empty somewhere to get load." And I'm thinking, I don't know if that's just a brand new dispatcher that I was dealing with to begin with or what. But I mean, for this booming Biden economy that's the greatest in the world, the first ones who know just how crappy an economy is or what direction it's going is us,
the truck
the
drivers. Yep. Yeah, the freight determines.
If we ain't moving freight.
Yep.
Exactly.
Trucking runs 3 to 6 months ahead of the overall economy. The slowdown in trucking, you see it first. Hey, hold the thought there because we have to pause. Curious if you've got any word on 5-7 this past day. I'll get back to that coming up. Following a news break.
At Hotshot Secret,
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunsen in Mumbai. US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, as even Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic US Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe US President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump.
For the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine and expressed concerns over Beijing's nuclear arsenal and its capabilities in space. The alliance never officially mentioned China as a concern until 2019, but the latest statement marks clear that China is becoming a focus of the military alliance. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communiqué approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach.
A group of independent United Nations experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. The group accuses Israel of intentionally starving the Palestinian people. This comes as the Israeli military has told residents of Gaza City to evacuate south to the central Gaza Strip amid intensified operations. Jody Jacobs has more.
The report released this week cites the recent deaths of Palestinian children due to hunger and malnutrition,
which the group of experts say leaves no doubt that famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. The group of independent experts are made up of special repertoires that work within the UN human rights system. The group went further to say that Israel's intentional and targeted starvation campaign against the Palestinian people is a form of genocidal violence.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, looks like she was a little bit late to the party, but hello to Miss Millie. Miss Millie saying, good morning, Steve, and all the overnight crew. Everybody stay safe and as always be blessed. Please wish Gabby a happy 12th birthday. She'll be listening in. Good morning, or maybe good night to the audience. Happy birthday, Gabby. Next year, this time, you'll be a teenager. There you go. Enjoy it. Before you know it, you'll be old like us. It is 844-844-3388. Trust me, the years just fly by. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to Senor Heatwave. Yeah, did you, any update?
I haven't.
No, nothing?
I haven't heard any.
Wow.
Sorry. No, I haven't heard anything from 5-7. Of course, I've been asleep all day. Yeah, so if anyone has got any word on, maybe it'd be Dan McHugh. Said he was gonna do some checking up on him. That was via Facebook, but I hadn't seen anything on Facebook from 5-7. So
correct. I didn't see anything further than the original post there when he said that he had the heart attack Friday.
Right.
Yep.
So, well, I'm lucky. I just found me an empty set. I just hooked up to it, and I'm going to run off with it. Don't have to worry about backing up underneath another trailer. Not that I mind you, but right now I'm just not in that kind of mood to be working that damn hard. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Other than that, let's see. What a Hamas. You know, the folks in Gaza, I feel sorry for them. But they're the ones who are frightened into voting for these people. They're the ones who are afraid to talk bad about them. Because if they do, you know, they're 6 foot under or scattered on top of the soil in pieces. And, you know, There's been a couple of them that are screaming and hollering, you've killed my child, why should we be your shield? And for the folks over there at the UN of the, quote, Human Rights Division, unquote, really didn't hear much about them griping and complaining about Hamas attacking Israel on October 7th. I don't know if they're particularly funded by someone that's anti-Israeli. It seems like. But, in war, there's going to be collateral damage no matter how hard you try. And, and if Israel has made a few mistakes in their campaigns, in their missions, I'm sorry. Israel was attacked deliberately by Hamas. The children and the women should not be starving. Yes, aid ought to be given to them. But, if someone deliberately gives the Israeli intelligence wrong, misleading information, then, I'm sorry, that it's going to happen. Now, what are they in charge of dispersing the goods from that port there that they built in Gaza? Is that what the deal is?
I have no idea who's responsible for. I'm assuming it's some of the humanitarian aid organizations, but that pier that we just built is about to be permanently removed. It's here in a matter of days.
Well, I think whoever's in charge of getting them goods to the people, I really think they ought to get off their ass and on their feet and out of the shade and in the heat. Get them something to chew on. Get them something to drink. Good night. How hard is it? Get them their medical. But the problem is there, too. I wonder how much of the aid is going to Hamas.
Sure.
And their soldiers. Trump's right. We cannot be the damn police of the world. We can't do that. We don't have the money. Obviously, $35 trillion in debt, with more debt soon to be added by the damn Democrats. And they don't spend money on the right priorities. They spend it on nonsense. Gender studies. What? No. If you got a stem on the apple, you're a boy. If you don't have one, you're a girl. How hard is that to understand, to comprehend? So, this is so damn screwed up. And I wonder if this is going to be a last Olympics before the next war starts. Ain't that what happened there in, 38 with Hitler and in the Berlin Olympics? When Jesse Owens showed him, just what kind of a guy he was. And so every 4 years, I think the worst is like, oh, this is going to be the end of this. But I don't know. So, if this economy was as booming as well as Joe said, then why is our news coming from outside sources? What? Okay. We can't even have our news here in America. It's got to be fed to us from New Delhi, Britain,
or London. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
I'll have a conversation with Josh and see if because I'm not getting a whole lot of positive feedback, obviously, from the FSN.
Well, there was IRN, Internet Radio News, way back in the day. I don't know if they're still in business or not, but they told you straight up what was going on. And they weren't behind where in the middle of the program they had to update their news. So, I don't know. And that one woman from India, she's saying something I can't understand what it is, but it's her name that she's talking about.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, so.
When you get to, when I hear the New Delhi updates, I'm like, okay, that's coming out of India. Now I can't really understand them, but.
Yeah, and then they go all over the world but it don't sound like they got an American talking. I mean, hell, even when they had the news from Houston, I really couldn't tell you where that person was from. I mean, she spoke pretty good English. You know, of course, we speak a bastardized version of the English language, and the Brits just never got over that. So, anyways, a happy birthday to Miss Millie's a great granddaughter, I believe. So, yeah, 13 next year, 12 this year. Better enjoy it now, kid, because it won't get any better. Happy birthday. Well,
all right, Senor Heatwave, good to hear from you. Have a good morning. Safe travels out there. He's out west. I guess he's trying to find a way to stay cool. I guess that's one of the benefits maybe of working the overnight hours. Yeah, you're not dealing with the 112-degree heat of the day. Let's see. Shorty just sent me a handful of updates, one of which, the headline says, Dave Portnoy mocks George Clooney for waiting 3 weeks after the fundraiser to acknowledge Biden's a vegetable. A month, and that's the headline there. I had the full story about Clooney. A month after holding the star-studded fundraiser for Biden. Yeah, George suddenly changes his stance, now claiming the Democrats are not going to win in November with this president. In an editorial published this past day in the New York Times after the disastrous debate performance, George says, I love Joe Biden as a senator, as a vice president, and as president. I consider him a friend. I believe in him, believe in his character, believe in his morals. In the last 4 years, he's won many of the battles he's faced. But the one battle he cannot win is the fight against time. None of us can. Now, Clooney just helped raise $30 million for the campaign last month at the high-profit Los Angeles fundraiser, along with former President Barack Obama, Julia Roberts. But in his New York Times essay, he actually admitted he noticed a change in Biden during that event a month ago. It's devastating to say, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe Big Effing Deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate. Yeah, was he tired? Yeah, a cold? Maybe. But the party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people did not see what we just saw. We're so terrified of the prospect of a second Trump term that we've opted to ignore every warning sign. Is it fair to point these things out? It has to be. This is about age, nothing more. But it's nothing that can be reversed. Referencing remarks by senators, Congress members, governors that he has spoke with privately, he says, we are not going to win in November with this president. On top of that, we won't win the House, and we're going to lose the Senate. And the Democrats are abandon ship right now. All right, we're going to get to Scarecrow coming up next here, and room for you at 844-844-3388. I found this rather interesting, kind of right along that line in the Biden White House. We've been hearing about this Joe Biden biographer, the guy that's writing, what do you call it, his memoir about the life of Joe Biden. The book entitled The Fight of His Life. Inside Joe Biden's White House. That will be the name of the book, which covers the first years of Biden's presidency. Now, this is supposed to be, this biographer supposedly was the individual that some of the classified documents that were found in Joe's various locations were being held on to so they could be shared with this biographer. But listen to what this guy said when he sat down with CNN on Tuesday. He says he believes the Biden administration is the most scripted White House in modern American history. Last year, this guy's name is Chris Whipple, published his book, which covers the first years of Biden's presidency. The White House granted him significant access to Biden's inner circle for the book, which ultimately produced in Whipple a unique perspective about this administration. Now, he said you can look at this two ways. This is obviously a White House with either something to hide or just obsessed with controlling the narrative. In the CNN interview, he shared what he learned, despite granting him unique access. He told the CNN anchor Abby Phillip that control is baked into the DNA of this administration. The thing to understand here is that the DNA of this White House is controlling the narrative. And I can tell you, having written a book about it, this White House is the most battened down, buttoned up, scripted White House in modern history. Not only does the White House control its narrative, but access to Biden is tightly supervised, even for his biographer. Get a load of this. He said, while I was able to interview in real time almost all of Joe Biden's inner circle, when it came to Joe himself, listen to this. The deal was written answers to written questions. I've never heard of this before. So you're writing a biography about a guy that you can't even sit down and have a one-on-one discussion with him? Written questions to which you will receive written answers. And obviously the answers were not coming from Joe. Now, CNN then asked Whipple if he viewed the extreme level of control as kind of a red flag, a question that he answered in the affirmative. As I mentioned, you can look at it two ways. Quote, this is obviously a White House with either something to hide or just obsessed with controlling the narrative. Later in the interview, he revealed that he has spoken with one of Biden's closest friends who believes the president needs to undergo a full battery of cognitive testing. I'll tell you that one of President's closest friends thinks Joe should go up to Walter Reed, have a complete neurological exam, release the results, and let the chips fall. Now, I don't think that friend has said this out loud to Joe, because that's a hard thing, even for a close friend to tell you. But I don't think he's going there without a major push. So again, although Joe has reportedly not undergone extensive cognitive testing, the narrative continues to come from the White House. He's in good health. He's just fine. Writing a biography about an individual, but you're not allowed to individually one-on-one speak to the person you're writing about. That's how controlling they are of Joe. Kind of boggles the mind, doesn't it?
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot's Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
All right, I know Brain Dead's off tonight, but if he were working, I guarantee he'd be checking in with the latest on Bubba Wallace. NASCAR came down pretty darn hard on Bubba this past day. Get more on that coming up here. First, let's get to Scarecrow on a Thursday morning, Friday Eve. Hey there.
Well, Steve, unless Dr. Jill says, Joe, you're going to Walter Reed and take one of those cognitive tests, it ain't going to happen. It just is never going to happen, especially if it's something that were to potentially be made public. No way. Steve, I have the good fortune to drive at night, operate at night. So I've got overnight drive that I can be entertained with as well as participate in. Unfortunately, I only catch part of your program every night. Spend a little time on the fuel island, and now sitting here at the shipper. It could end up being an hour and a half, 2 hours out of the program that I don't catch. So, there's calls that I miss, callers that I don't catch. So, a lot of times I concern myself with repeating what has been said or such. But I did chuckle a little bit early on when you were running down the list of listeners that were on board. See, was there a Lizard Lips that was on board this morning?
I do not recall a Lizard Lips, no.
Oh, what the heck. What? Well, you other listeners out there, you know who I'm talking about. Pappy, you can help me out here. Well, either way, Steve, I think I maybe heard that handle before, but I don't think I've ever heard that individual call. Now, if it's Lizard Lips or whatever the lips are that's out there listening, that handle begs to have an explanation of where you came by it. Was it a grudge of a friend or foe or such? But that deserves a call to the program and an explanation of how you came by that. So as Pappy says, put your fingers in that dial and give it a spin there and give a jingle to Overnight Drive. I mentioned last night, Steve, politics is truly entertaining this go around. And every day is something new. And at the risk of repeating, I know, Eagle brought this up, and without, I don't have to go and say that story of George Clooney is headline news there. I caught that on the evening news last night. I caught it on, let's see, I don't remember if Bongino touched on it. Megan Kelly, she repeated it. And one thing that I don't think I've heard anybody mention yet is that, he stated that every politician that he has spoken to now, a Republican or a senator, representative, governors, up and down the list, every single one, behind closed doors says Joe has to go. And if any of these are saying that in front of the camera that, well, we'll sit back and wait and see, they are lying. That behind closed doors, they have already said that there is zero support there. So, that's a truth that everybody's afraid to fess up to. Nancy Pelosi there too. That was a laughing matter, and saying that, well, we'll let Joe has made this decision, so we're going to sit back and let's see what plays out. Well, that's a crock. She too. There ain't a single one of them that supports him. And Clooney there, I believe they said he's basically the leader of the biggest fundraiser the Democrats have ever had. That could be a skew there.
$30 million bucks.
Either way, looking at the clock, I'm looking at the shipping doors anywhere here, Steve. But we're gonna have to bail out here at the moment. So we'll try to bring up the tail strings later on. But
the rest of the story,
the politics. It's not politics as usual. That's for sure. All right, we got to go, man.
All right, take care of business there. Yeah, multitasking, right? As we play radio. All right, Grump's back on board. We'll get to you right out of the news break here after this. Rolling into a Thursday. Turn the page on the calendars. July 11 of 2024. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunzen in Mumbai. US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future, despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, as even Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic U.S. Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe U.S. President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump.
For the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine and expressed concerns over Beijing's nuclear arsenal and its capabilities in space. The alliance never officially mentioned China as a concern until 2019, but the latest statement marks clear that China is becoming a focus of the military alliance. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communiqué approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach.
A group of independent United Nations experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. The group accuses Israel of intentionally starving the Palestinian people. This comes as the Israeli military has told residents of Gaza City to evacuate south to the central Gaza Strip amid intensified operations. Jody Jacobs has more.
The report released this week cites the recent deaths of Palestinian children due to hunger and malnutrition, which the group of experts say leaves no doubt that famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. The group of independent experts are made up of special rapporteurs that work within the UN human rights system. The group went further to say that Israel's intentional and targeted starvation campaign against the Palestinian people is a form of genocidal violence.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the agonies of America's Democratic Party continuing to play out in public as Joe Biden faces fresh calls for him to quit the country's presidential race. David Smith is Washington bureau chief for The Guardian.
There are very few Democrats who actually have malice or dislike of Joe Biden. They're so grateful to him for all these decades of service and not least defeating Donald Trump in 2020. So it's very painful to now turn around and say, he is not the man. Thomas Friedman, who's a New York Times columnist, who's very friendly with Biden, he wrote a column saying that he watched that TV debate and then he sat on the edge of his bed and wept. There was something tragic, almost Shakespearean tragedy about Biden just reaching this age and losing that capacity in their view. It's divisive, it's paralyzing for the party. There's still no clear answer, because if you listen to Joe Biden's speech in Washington at the start of the NATO summit, his voice was strong and clear. It was a bit more of that old Biden again. He has good days and bad days. I think his critics fear the bad days are becoming more frequent, but the party is very torn and divided over this, really, without a clear-cut answer, and that's a great opportunity for Donald Trump.
The president insists he is soldiering on and has now scheduled a 1-hour interview with NBC News next Monday, but the pace of events makes that seem like a long way off. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, as even Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. For the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine and expressed concerns over Beijing's nuclear arsenal and its capabilities in space. A group of independent United Nations experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. And that is the latest feature story news. Rebecca Bunden reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour in the books, rolling into a new day. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Make our way to a Thursday morning. All right, Scarecrow, the individual he was referencing earlier was Buzzard Lips from Mansfield, Ohio. I had to scroll back up. Buzzard Lips. All right. Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at 'em here for another day. Thursday, heading toward the weekend. Meanwhile, I promise we get to the Grump out of our news break there. And what do you say, Grump? Good morning.
How you doing, Steve?
Hanging with them. How you been?
I've been pretty good. I had quite a few medical tests yesterday morning. I was at the VA pretty much all day. They had I've had this renal cell carcinoma on my kidney. It's a cancerous tumor that's on my kidney, and they've been kind of doing CT scans and stuff. Well, back in May, I had a procedure done where they injected it with an isotope and a couple other things they did to it. I had to go through an MRI yesterday morning, and then another CT scan, and it had shrank about 1 centimeter. So they were pretty happy with that. It's still got to come off, but they're going to do the they call it a cryoablation, where they freeze it. They said that it's the right size to where they can kill it completely like that. So
that's good.
I talked to I had there was a university doctor there, and urologist, and then my doctor, who's a urologist there, and he's going to actually do the surgery, but it's done robotically, the same way they did the isotope on me. It was done through a robot. But I'll tell you what, man, it was you get a little leery about that when you talk about AI and stuff, and you got a machine that's actually doing the surgery on you. But everything went well. It just it hurt like hell for a couple of days. Just burning, and the whatever it was injected with. It wasn't fun, put it that way. But when they do the surgery, he talked to me today. He said, we're going to make 5 small incisions in your body and going to insert 5 different probes in, where the robot can work. And they stick 2 needles into the tumor, just about 3/8 of an inch apart, or, in that area there, just a little ways apart. And it pumps nitrogen through it, and it freezes it completely and kills it. And they're seeing more of a success rate on that when they do the isotope first, which is what I had. So everything seems like it's going to go pretty good, I guess. So
good deal.
We'll see. But I had that little node thing on my lung. They because they caught it also on one of the scopes there, but they said it's non-cancerous. It's just probably some breathing fire pit crap that I had overseas, over in Iraq, northern Iraq. I worked around the fire pits and the things like that. So it's some of the refugee camps. But boy, this damn road's rough. But everything else, it's going all right. So it kind of took a lot of stress off of me today. I've been pretty nervous about that, because I didn't, today was the day, where they said they were going to make a decision on it, and they did. Whether I was going to lose my kidney altogether, or they were going to do a section of it, or freeze it. And since that worked and kind of, got the tumor to shrink just a little bit, they said that's promising, so they'll go ahead and do the freezing of it. So it was a good day, so I can't complain about it. But man, I'll tell you what, you kind of look at what's going on. I think a lot of the Democrats that want Joe Biden to stay is, they're like that's their gravy train right there. They're the ones that are pulling the strings of, the puppet masters pretty much. And I think a lot of them are well aware of the fact that one of the reasons why they don't want Biden gone is the simple fact of Kamala Harris. I mean, here's a lady that's dumber than a damn rock. If she could just laugh through any kind of foreign affairs or anything like that, that's how she would handle it. Just give her a little cackle and all's well. But it just, I keep reading some of the articles and things about how Biden wants to increase taxes and everything right now, and you cannot wrap your mind around his way of thinking or somebody's way of thinking on increasing taxes on people that are already just stretched to the limit. I've never seen so many people in my life, Steve, that are sitting around with their hand out. I mean, seriously, a friend of mine that I've known for 40 years in the military, he's going through some, medical issues and things, and he's a year older than I am, and car broke down. He can't even afford to get the damn thing fixed, and here he's retired, with the military pension and retired from another job, and he said he just can't afford it with all his medicines and everything else. But man, I tell you, it's I've said it before, this country's getting unrecognizable. It really is. It's but I think what's hurting more than anything is the fact that the press had to wake up for a little bit and actually start doing their job and reporting on what the American people is already seeing. Now, I don't think for a minute that Trump's going to win in a landslide. I mean, this country's all been too divided, and Democrats will vote for a damn stick, as long as it's not a Republican. So I think it's still going to be a close election, and regardless of who they pick, if Joe bows out, which, they're going to have to, I guess, take him and half the damn Biden family with them, kicking and screaming. They think that, it's just their time. In fact, that was one of the reasons why he ran for president, was he was pushed into it by Chuck Schumer and some others. And, Chuck Schumer was responsible for Barack Obama running for president. But, they kept bringing that up. It's his time. It's his time. Who in the hell picks whose time it is? It's, as far as I know, the American people has a say in the matter. But I think the Republicans better get on board right now. I mean, they seriously, and start challenging any kind of voting improprieties that they see, through Secretary of State's offices or anything else, to where they change the voting laws like they did during COVID. Just willy-nilly, hey, we got the Emergency Powers Act says we can change these voting laws, and that's exactly what they did, and that's how Biden became president. He would have never won. There's no way in hell that man got more votes than Barack Obama. No way. It's just not possible that idiot would have stood up and got that many votes. It just there's no way possible. But they said it was a free and fair election, which we'll argue that till the day we die. But I've been listening to Trump a little bit, and stuff, and I've had my problems with the guy, especially his mouth. But he has sounded more statesmanlike than any time I've ever heard him. I thought he was pretty gracious during that debate. He didn't really get in Biden's face about anything. He just let him, extend the rope that he hung himself with. And I've listened to him, several other times on a couple other shows, and I thought, well, why in the hell didn't you do this, 4 years ago? Instead of that firebrand that he come out with, was just, the little Marcos and the Lion Teds and all that, and everything. Then after it was over, hey, can I have your support? That kind of thing, which worked out fine. But like right now, he's playing a different game than he's ever played in his life. I think he's he is being more statesmanlike. And I think a lot of the NATO countries and things like that, they're gonna be in for a rude awakening when if Trump's reelected, because he's gonna go. Biden wiped out. Whoa, man, what a bump! He wiped out a lot of the executive orders and a lot of the mandates that Trump had about NATO paying their fair share. We went back to the same old, let the American taxpayer pick up the tab. If you can't afford it, no big damn deal, we'll still protect you. I think the American people needs to understand something. The military people are really tired of bleeding for other people. When those other people wouldn't, pee on this country here if it was on fire. And I think right now it's just one of them things where a lot of the NATO people that had a lot of respect for Trump will be glad to see him back in there, because I think he will bring an end to this war pretty quick, between Ukraine and Russia. And I don't know. I don't really know right now. I say that, but when you look at Biden's going to deliver a bunch of F-16s, but they got so many stipulations on them. I think they say they're getting a whole squadron of F-16s for the Ukrainians. They're training the pilots and training the mechanics and everything right now. They said they'd be in there by the end of the summer. Well, that's going to change things. They put a lot of stipulations on those F-16s. They can't bomb any kind of bases within the borders of Russia. All they can be, really is for air defense systems. And why in the hell even give it to them? I'm not understanding that. When you give some country so many billions of dollars worth of equipment and stuff like that, and then say, well, but you can't use it for this, you can't use it for that. Why even give it to them? I mean, all it's doing is prolonging the war and making them look more relevant. Like we're trying to help, but we're really not trying to help. So I don't know. And I'll tell you, it's just this is one of them political seasons, Steve, where I'm just sick of. It seems like it's been going on for 4 years. It started the day that idiot got in office. Yep. But, there was a reason they kept him in the basement. Didn't want him out acting like an idiot. I mean, Biden's always had a different style of stupid. He's always been this guy that would stick his foot in his mouth on a good day. But now it's just, I don't think he knows where his foot is or his mouth is. I mean, he's just, when you looked at that guy, if that wasn't Parkinson's disease on the stage during that debate, I don't know what the hell it was. I mean, my mom suffered from Alzheimer's. And there was times she didn't even know who I was, but she always remembered my dog or, little things like that. And when I looked at how she would stand and hold her hands down by her side, and stuff, because she wasn't sure, really how to act or how to be. It was like she was scared all the time, and just not knowing what the hell's going on. One day she would know somebody, the next day she wouldn't. She'd know where she was one day, and the next day she wouldn't. And when you look at Biden and some of the faces this guy's making, like he's looking around like, where am I? What the hell's going on? It was, I've seen that look before, and it's just, it's heartbreaking. Number one, I don't care a damn about Biden, but I care about this country, and I wish that there was some way that the Republican Party could sue Joe Biden and force him to take a cognitive test or release medical records and things that they could look at them in the skiff for all I care. I don't want to know what they are. I'd just like to know that there is somebody there trying to protect this country from some old man. He's 82 right now. He'd be 86 or 87 by the time his second term was up. And the man can't find his ass now with both hands. What would happen then? I mean, it's just scary that our country is passing along legacies is what they're doing. When you look at somebody, well, Joe Biden's been in office for 50 something years. Yeah, well, there's been a lot of other people that's been in office for over 50 years, you know, and coming up on it. Look at Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, all these people. And every damn time that they run for re-election, they run on the fact that they know what's wrong with this country. We can fix it. You know, if you just elect us one more time, we'll fix what's wrong with this country. Well, hell, you had a front row seat when you broke it. I mean, they should know how to fix it. They're the ones that tore it up.
Yep.
And it just, you know, it's the same old bumper stickers every time you turn around. And it just, I'm sick of these kind of elections. I want new faces in there. I don't, you know, and the fact that we're having this run on illegals that are crossing the border, you know, and it's just, you know, Biden's talking, or the Democrat Party wants to give them the right to vote in these elections. If they want to see a mutiny among people, give them idiots the right to vote. I mean, number one, they don't give a rat's ass about our voting laws. They can't, because they didn't give a rat's ass about our sovereignty laws. You know, they just crossed the border and said, "Hey, we're here, take care of us." You know, it's and there again, I've heard the Biden administration and some of his ilk talking about Social Security. You know, they said, "Well, Social Security's going to be insolvent, you know, in another 7 years," or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I just find it strange, Steve, that we can find billions and billions and billions of dollars to hand over to Ukraine. We can pay for every damn illegal, give them $1,000 a month, you know, or whatever they're giving them right now, housing, a telephone, feed and clothe them, do all of this, but yet when it comes to the people that has built this country, our seniors, and how they can look at them and say, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, you guys are going to have to take a cut, you know, or we're going to have to extend your retirement age out. What the hell are they talking about? For the life of me, I can't understand why people vote for idiots like that. You know, I'm the first to send a message out to our Republican, you know, any Republican, say, if you mention cutting Social Security or extending the retirement age one time, that'll be the last damn time I'll vote for you. And it's just, I can't believe that they throw our people under the bus for somebody else. You know, we give away, under the United Nations, we give away billions of dollars every damn year. Every year. I mean, they got us on the hook for so much damn money. And we're paying right now the brunt of so much of NATO. Joe Biden took a victory lap saying, no, you know, hey, NATO countries are kicking in thanks to Trump. It wasn't anything that decrepit old bastard did. It thanks to Trump. You know, he's the one that said, hey, you know, if you want us to protect you, start paying up. Look, I spent 8 years in NATO. And if you wanted treated bad, go to NATO. Countries like Germany and places like that. Yeah, we got a cost of living allowance and a housing allowance and things like that to help pay for our rent. And as soon as they would vote on a raise for the military, guess what went up? Your damn rent and everything. We have made those people rich. When we had the drawdown of forces, Steve, back in 89 and 90 in those areas there, it was closing a lot of military bases. Well, it was done under Bush 41, right there at the end of the Gulf War, when we started bringing back troops and everything out of the, we got back to Germany and different places. Well, they started closing bases, and it was funny to listen to some of the command elements and you know, people in command positions talking in some of the little staff meetings and things that I had to attend, where they were talking about, you know, this senator come over here and he kept this base open, you know, over a martini, you know, and, you know, this kind of thing, you know, because he had a bunch of constituents there or whatever. It just made absolutely no sense to me how they dealt with so many lives, you know, so many military lives, and had this drawdown of forces where they were just, you know, kicking people out right and left, forcing, you know, I took a 15-year retirement at that time. And, you know, went back in the reserve. So I figured that was the safest way to go, you know, where you wasn't going to lose anything. But I tell you, man, I'm so sick of our politicians. And over the years, this is what's happened. And you look at Germany and stuff like that. We had so many German civilians that were working on bases. And when I got there, we still had people that had that had been Nazis, believe it or not, back in the day, that was working on military bases. We had a couple of them that worked in the carpenter shop that was actually in World War II. And, this is, 88, 89, that area, it was 40, 42 years, before that. But they're, they, you could just look at the hatred that they had for Americans on their face. I mean, you ask them for something, we don't give a rat's ass, just leave us alone. We made them countries rich, with the military presence there. We spent money on their economies and every damn thing. And then, how many of them has come over here when we've had disasters or anything and helped us out? Not a damn one. They don't care. I mean, that's just the way it is. We're a source of income for so many of these NATO countries and PACAF countries and all these other countries that will take that almighty dollar and blow it like there's no tomorrow. But if we needed help for anything at all, do you think they would honestly do it? I don't see it happening. Maybe Britain would, maybe, in England, would, of course, but Germany can't stand American. They never could. It's just one of them damn things. I was over there when the wall came down, and I actually went to Berlin. I got a piece of the wall with some rebar in it. We went up there on our visas and on our passports instead of ID cards, and just got us a chunk of the wall. But it was a massive party. I mean, that's all the hell it was. And when you look at the amount of money that the Americans have spent, like in Tempelhof and building up West Berlin, and it just blows your mind how I'm driving on some of the roughest damn roads, and it's a United States interstate, but yet we'll go into a place and have a war zone, and the first damn thing they do is start building hospitals, schools, highways, everything else, after we get done blowing them up. And here, we can't even fix the damn roads here in the United States.
It's our version of Build Back Better, right? Hey, we're up to the news break here, Grub. So we got to take care of business, as they say, 29 past the hour. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News, I'm Rebecca Bunzen in Mumbai. US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, as even Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic U.S. Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe U.S. President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump.
For the first time, NATO has accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine and expressed concerns over Beijing's nuclear arsenal and its capabilities in space. The alliance never officially mentioned China as a concern until 2019, but the latest statement marks clear that China is becoming a focus of the military alliance. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communiqué approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach.
A group of independent United Nations experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. The group accuses Israel of intentionally starving the Palestinian people. This comes as the Israeli military has told residents of Gaza City to evacuate south to the central Gaza Strip amid intensified operations. Jody Jacobs has more.
The report released this week cites the recent deaths of Palestinian children due to hunger and malnutrition, which the group of experts say leaves no doubt that famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. The group of independent experts are made up of special repertoires that work within the UN human rights system. The group went further to say that Israel's intentional and targeted starvation campaign against the Palestinian people is a form of genocidal violence.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to
Okay, we're back. Jump right back into it here. Grump had brought up in our conversation here a few minutes ago his concerns about who's really making the decisions here. I think we all know, and we've known for a long time, it's not Joe, but interestingly, in the press conference this past day, that came up in the discussion. Now, not only decisions during the day, but Joe announced here a few days ago he's going to call it a day and head to bed at like 8 p.m. Nothing after 8 p.m. And Fox News correspondent Peter Doocy confronted the White House this past day, kind of asking who makes the decisions after Joe goes to bed. That's the pressing question. As he announced last week that he plans to stop working after 8 p.m. so we can go to bed early. He has a team that lets him know of any news that's pertinent and important to the American people. The comments raised some eyebrows after Biden's debate preparation schedule was made public. He didn't begin preparations until 11 a.m., and his staff always scheduled him an afternoon nap. Typically has a late start to his workday and has few evening events scheduled. He actually has a history of missing evening meetings during international trips. But at the White House press briefing, Doocy asked the natural follow-up question to Biden's schedule, which is much less robust than his predecessors maintain. Say the Pentagon at some point picks up an incoming nuke at 11 o'clock in the evening. Who do you call? The First Lady, he asked? Now, Karine Jean-Pierre could have answered that question any number of ways. One might have expected her to say that in such a critical situation, staffers would awaken the president so he could carry out his constitutional duty as commander-in-chief. But she didn't. Her quote was, "He has a team that lets him know of any news that's pertinent and important to the American people. He has someone, or that is decided, obviously, with his National Security Council on who gets to tell him that news." A team, though. He's got a team. Ducey presumably invoked First Lady Jill Biden because the former House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, revealed this week that he attended White House meetings at which she was present, which is highly unusual. Later in the briefing, Ducey asked Jean-Pierre about the First Lady's presence at those meetings, and she denied that Jill makes any decisions for her husband. But it is also notable that she did not dispute McCarthy's claim that Jill actually attends Oval Office meetings. So I don't know. He's got a team out there apparently.
Yeah, and damn Jill Biden, she's one of them's been propping him up. I think she wants the status of First Lady more than she thinks he needs to be the President of the United States. And without, him being President, she can't be First Lady. And it's not just that. They got hunters sitting in on the damn meetings and stuff like that. Why is that idiot there?
Yeah.
Why is he even on the grounds of the White House? It makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. But, man, I'll tell you. And then you had, I was listening last week, and you had Son Dunce call you up, and he was talking about e-logs, how wonderful they are.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, I think he was trying to school cue ball of all people. I said, if there's anybody you can't school, it's going to be cue ball when it comes to trucking.
Yeah, and this cat was talking about e-logs like they were the saving grace of the trucking industry. The worst thing that ever happened to the trucking industry was electronic logging devices. Not that they, that it took away from cheating. Hell, people still cheat all the time. But what happened after 2017 when it was mandated that everybody had to have them at that point in time? We started seeing all the scales closing, number one. I mean, you rarely ever see a damn scale open. Certain states won't do it. They're like, well, we'll open them up on that blitz, and that'll be about it. We had, at that point in time, in 2017, we had about 2% of this industry was actually foreign drivers, was actually visa drivers, 1 to 2% in that area. Now it's 19%. We looking at accidents and things. Accidents has went up 24%. Hell, they've had a 6% rise on fatality accidents. Since 2017. Is it because of e-logs? I would say yes, it is. It's because of the stupid mandates and things that's went along with it. The lack of law enforcement out here anymore. I mean, the law enforcement is just not present on the highways like they used to be. For whatever reason, number one, I think budget cuts has cut a lot of law enforcement out. They think the first person to know where to go is a cop for whatever reason. So when you look at speed limit signs and things out here, hell, that's just a suggestion. And I had last trip I had a truck, went blowing by everybody in the left lane. No truck's supposed to be in the left lane. Well, he's in the left lane, blowing by everybody. Got his phone up texting. Pretty soon I see a fender flying. He got up against the Jersey base on the Ohio Turnpike. He got up against the barrier there and then come back out on the road, and just junk flying everywhere. Off his truck. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Never even missed a beat, Steve. He just kept right on getting it down the highway out of Plainfield, Illinois. Now, usually that's Ukrainian or Russian. some Bosnians is up there. But we're seeing such an influx in accidents that it just fine that they believe that these e-logs is the safest thing going. They're not doing anything except causing a mass exodus of regular truck drivers. And when you look at the amount of foreign drivers that are over here right now, I mean, like I said, it's up to 19%. And Freightways had an article there talking about the produce coming out of California. 49% of the produce coming out of California is on immigrant trucks. So what would happen if they just all said, to hell with it, we're going home or we're shutting down? Maybe they, say, hey, if you don't give us citizenship, we want citizenship or we're going to shut down. You imagine what's going to happen? 49% of the damn groceries don't come out of California. That would just be a catastrophic event for the United States in interstate commerce. There'd be a hell of a lot of stores that would be empty, pretty quick. Produce, meat, stuff like that. I mean, hell, even the company that I'm leased to, we have so many damn foreign drivers coming into the plants, stuff, picking up loads, off the load board. It just blows my mind that guards will stand there and have to argue with these idiots. They don't know what the hell they're talking about, number one, and they like hell, they'll just go out and grab anything. They don't care. But it's, when you look at how just naive somebody like Sundance is, or Sundance or whatever the hell his name is, when you look at somebody like that is so misinformed about something like e-logs, they said, oh hell, it's gonna put a stop to all this cheating and stuff. The ATA said, we want a level playing field. Hell, they've been hollering about a level playing field for how long now? How is what an owner-operator does or other companies out here do have any effect whatsoever on the ATA? They want this massive, just like NASCAR, everybody, running the same damn speed, everybody doing the same thing so that they can have that control over everybody. They want it so that drivers coming into this industry right now could not look at a company like some of these great big ATA companies and say, look, I'm sick of your crap. You never get me home. I'm going to find some little mom and pop company to go to work for. Well, that's the first thing that e-logs designed to do, was to shut down the mom and pop operations. They knew that it was going to be onerous, it was going to be expensive, and it was going to cause chaos in trying to pay for these damn things among the smaller companies. They knew that. They talked about it in a lot of the registries that they got on the minutes from the meetings. And they didn't give a rat's ass, Steve. None of them cared about that. That was not their priority. The priority for the ATA was a level playing field, and the priority of the government was control over the driver. So they're looking at it now. When you cross a scale or something like that, hell, so many people's getting pre-passes. If you got companies that has pre-passes, like a lot of these foreign entities that are over here setting up shop through brokerages and through logistics companies, and they're allowing these people, their drivers, they're hiring all these foreign damn drivers. They're saying, we're going to put a pre-pass in there for you. Just dodge the scales as much as possible, so that you're not getting inspections and things like that. That's exactly what goes on. When they look at not crossing the scale as they got a pre-pass for when the scale's open, okay. Well, hell, they can look at it and say, well, he hadn't been inspected, hadn't had any bad marks or anything like that company does. So they're going to, of course, let them go through. And it just blows my damn mind how government, every time government gets involved in something, this is what happened. Look what happened with the ATA, with the Affordable Care Act. The whole basis behind the Affordable Care Act was to give 10 million people health care that didn't have access to it. Bull. Anybody and everybody had access to health care. What they wanted to do was control the insurance companies and control you, so that force you into buying health care people like me that is spending right now $1,800 and I think it's $1,840 is what I'm spending on my wife alone a month. $1,840 for damn health care. Now I could go back through TRICARE and try to get her, some decent health care, through them, but hell, then I got to use their doctors. We got to do this, and it was just a pain in the ass to even have to use it. So we went on the market and got her, I got her own health insurance. But that was the basis behind it. Now look at it: 33 million people in the United States is without health insurance because they can't afford it. It went from 10 million to 33 million because the government stuck their damn nose in something they should not have done. And same way with trucking. We've never seen so many mom and pop companies that have closed the doors, people that has built this industry because the government just can't keep their damn nose out of trucking. If it's not the mandates and stuff for the Clean Air Act, if it's not mandates for e-logs, if it's not mandates for the more restrictive things that they've got on us here, for driving and stuff like that, it just one damn thing after another. I mean, it's a combination of all of it that's shutting down these smaller companies. And who's sucking them? Who's coming in? Foreigners, number one. Visa drivers that are coming in to pick up that bit of a slack, and the ATA and the other big companies like that are expanding. So the idea that they want to force us out, the smaller people out, that's not a rumor. That's happening. It started happening since 2017. And the thing to stop about it, I listened to, Knucklebuster was on there, the other night or whatever, and I ain't got nothing against the guy, but I wish the hell he'd shut up talking about owner-operators. Everybody that pisses him off or drives by him too fast is an owner-operator with fuel blowing out the stack. Well, it's their damn money, and how does he know that it's an owner-operator, not some foreign driver that's driving for a logistics company that come in here, with going to Ritchie Brothers and picking up a $12,000 truck and out here on the damn highway with it. It's just, this you off that it's an industry that I've sunk into, after the military. This is like my 9th truck I've bought. And, I know a lot of other people that's, bought a lot of trucks and, they take it seriously. My rates and everything. Hell, I've never had to get out and run illegal, never wanted to. It's just not worth getting out there and having an accident or something. But I didn't need a damn electronic device either, sitting on my dash beeping every time you turn around when I'm getting close to my hours or something like that. And part of the accidents that we're seeing out here today is the stress levels that these things impose. Anxiety. When you watch the clock, they knew that. They talked about it in a lot of the studies, was that it's going to create a sense of anxiety because people are going to have to race to the truck stops. They're going to have to find parking. And all that affects your nervous system. So what do? They drive faster. They drive stupid. They're looking more at that damn clock than they are at the road. And hell, went back on paper logs. I never gave a rat's ass. I mean, I never run I guess you could say I ran illegal, but I was never tired. I might go over my hours 10 or 15 minutes if I had to find a place to park or whatever. I might leave a little early, so I could get somewhere else. But it just, the fact that I was just getting out here and falsifying my log, no, that never happened. How is it that I can go 4 million miles and been inspected, hundreds of damn times in that time frame and never get a ticket, because I'm not out here running like that. The people that were out here running like that were getting caught and going to jail, and they were taking their license, doing all kinds of stuff. What are they doing now? They got e-logs in here, so they're just assuming that they're all right, that they're legal. And so let's just go ahead and let them do whatever the hell they want. And that's the basis between, that's what this idiot, whatever son done, when he was, I just love e-logs, and everything. Well, love them all you want, buddy. He's probably not paying for the damn things, number one. Mine cost me $100 a month. The money that people has sunk into these big Qualcomms and the PeopleNets and a couple others just to operate out here legally. You know, I mean, it's one of them damn things where you have to purchase a good or service from another private individual in order to work. It's the craziest damn thing I've ever heard in my life. But yet, you know, where was these guys at if they had, and I wish everybody had to pay for them. I really do. Company drivers and everybody. If you want to work, that's the price you pay in these, in this big job here. That's the price you pay. So if you want to get out here and work, then you pay for your own e-log. You know, I guarantee you they wouldn't like them. But it's it is what it is, and we're dealing with it. But it's like I said, this is one of the only industries around where you're getting tracked 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You know, the whole damn thing. I mean, it's just absolutely nuts that you got to state your whereabouts and what you were doing, even when you're off. But hey, it is what it is. So I got another year of it. I'll be 65 and I'm done with it. I've had about enough of it. But,
a year that can't come and go fast
anyway,
enough.
Man,
all right. Hey, thank you so much, Grump. That's his tirade for the day, for the week. Regulations, yeah. Speaking of regulatory stuff, we've had. I think this is the third night in a row we've had an update on regulations involving trucking. This latest is the final rule to mandate automatic emergency braking systems on trucks. Not till next year, according to the update from the DOT's regulatory agenda. The FMCSA and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration now planning to unveil the rule next January. Previous projections had targeted this past April. All these regulations getting kicked out there. If you missed it, earlier this week, the speed limiter mandate has now been kicked to at least May of next year again. In this case, last year, the agencies issued a joint proposal that would require automatic emergency braking systems and electronic stability control on new vehicles weighing more than 10,000 pounds. Class 7 and Class 8, vehicles weighing more than 26,000, to be required to meet that standard 3 years after the rule takes effect. 3 to 6 class vehicles, 10,001 pounds to 26,000, would be required to meet the AEB and electronic stability requirements in 4 years. So it's expected to establish performance standards and motor carrier maintenance requirements for AEB systems on heavy trucks. During the formal comment period, OOIDA and a number of individual truckers told the agency that the technology that they're currently dealing with, the current technologies are deficient and too many instances of false activations, some triggered by shadows from an overpass or guardrails or traveling on a curve. Meanwhile, an auto industry trade group has called on the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration light-duty automatic emergency brake rule practically impossible, they're saying. The Alliance for Automotive Innovation, which represents Ford, General Motors, and most of the leading automakers, has asked them to reconsider the rule in a letter they sent to them just a few weeks ago. In several respects, the final rule establishes requirements that are not objective, not practicable, or neither of these. In addition, the final rule failed to address some significant comments raising serious concerns related to feasibility, practicability, and unintended consequences. Legislative updates, one after another. All right, a couple minutes before our news break, top of the hour coming up here. Bubba Wallace, okay, they came down hard. $50,000 is the fine for slamming his car into Alex Bowman on purpose after Sunday's Chicago street race. This is, again, the race has concluded. They're on the cool-down lap. Wallace performed a jolt to the left, blasting Bowman's car, sending him bouncing off the wall. That was sparked by an earlier incident in the race early on between Bowman and Wallace, when Bowman allowed himself to become distracted and ended up slamming into Wallace's car. But NASCAR officials did not feel that the earlier incident justified Wallace's retaliation after the race. Once you've crossed the finish line, I think some suggested going back to Dale Earnhardt's fatal incident, that they were crossing the finish line. He very well may have unbuckled his seatbelt already. They said he was kind of known for doing that. You don't know. You think the race is over. So, you unbuckling the seatbelt, unbuckling the Hans device, all that things could be happening. So they cited two violations, one of Rule 4.4b as well as 4.4d. 4.4b prohibits drivers from intentionally damaging another vehicle, wrecking or spinning another vehicle, whether or not that vehicle is removed from competition as a result. And 4.4d prohibits actions that are detrimental to stock car racing or NASCAR. Now, nonetheless, Bowman said he's not upset that Wallace retaliated with an on-track reply to that initial collision. He said, I would have been mad too. I pretty much ruined his day. The restart was chaotic. I made every wrong decision that I possibly could. I was fighting with my windshield wiper switch, trying to get it working. I couldn't get it working. I was focused on that, and I missed the corner. So he kind of took responsibility, but he actually said he felt like Bubba had every right to be mad at him. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Moria-Potts with the latest world news. NATO leaders have promised an irreversible path towards Ukraine's membership of the military alliance. The group's 32 members have also pledged unwavering support for Kyiv in the face of Russia's invasion of the country. At a leaders' summit in Washington, the US confirmed American-built F-16 fighter jets are being transferred to Ukraine from Denmark and the Netherlands. It marks Keir Starmer's first international summit as UK Prime Minister, and he also held talks at the White House with President Biden.
We're very pleased to be able to come so early in the government to recommit to NATO, to recommit to the special relationship.
I kind of see you guys as the knot tying the transatlantic alliance together.
And for the first time, NATO's accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communiqué approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, even as Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's hardly given him a ringing endorsement. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic US Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe US President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump. Mitch McCann, New York.
A group of independent UN experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. According to a recent report, close to 500,000 people are experiencing an extreme lack of food. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the agonies of America's Democratic Party continuing to play out in public as Joe Biden faces fresh calls for him to quit the country's presidential race. David Smith is Washington bureau chief for The Guardian.
There are very few Democrats who actually have malice or dislike of Joe Biden. They're so grateful to him for all these decades of service and not least defeating Donald Trump in 2020. So it's very painful to now turn around and say he is not the man. Thomas Friedman, who's a New York Times columnist who's very friendly with Biden, he wrote a column saying that he watched that TV debate and then he sat on the edge of his bed and wept. There was something tragic, almost Shakespearean tragedy about Biden just reaching this age and losing that capacity in their view. It's divisive, it's paralyzing for the party. There's still no clear answer because if you listen to Joe Biden's speech in Washington at the start of the NATO summit, his voice was strong and clear. It was a bit more of that old Biden again. He has good days and bad days. I think his critics fear the bad days are becoming more frequent, but the party is very torn and divided over this, really, without a clear-cut answer, and that's a great opportunity for Donald Trump.
The president insists he is soldiering on and has now scheduled a 1-hour interview with NBC News next Monday, but the pace of events makes that seem like a long way off. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. NATO leaders have promised an irreversible path towards Ukraine's membership of the military alliance. The group's 32 members have also pledged unwavering support for Kyiv in the face of Russia's invasion of the country. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Back at it here as we roll into a Thursday weekend on the horizon. Another week flying by. Hey, right back to the phones. Hey, good morning, Pop. What's happening out there?
Oh, not much. It's another one and done night. Like Heatwave said, it's freight's a little bit slow.
Well, that's 2 in a row.
That's part of the business. I think it's going to keep getting slower till the election, to tell you the truth. But Dale didn't unbuckle his seatbelt. What happened was his 2 cars were in the lead, and he went down to block Sterling Marlin, and Sterling hit him in the, must have been the right quarter panel. But that sent him up, and he was headed towards the wall. But what happened is on that 5-point harness, there's an anchor on the left-hand side, and that seatbelt broke. And that's before they had Hans devices.
I was thinking,
you remember, right?
He didn't have a Hans, right?
Very few that still, nope. And Dale was one of the very few that never wore a full-face helmet. So, but I'm going to get on the boat there with Heatwave and them other guys. How do you spell China?
How do you spell China? With a CH?
Yeah.
CHINA.
Yeah. Yeah. But with your news broadcast there's an R in it. China.
Is there?
I just giving you the raspberries.
Okay. China.
But what did I tell you yesterday about that funding for Biden? They're not going to do jack diddly nothing until after the
convention
nomination goes through. Mm-hmm. And I do have to disagree with another thing that's on there. You know what the most humanitarian thing they could do to Gaza is any child that is under the age of 2 years old, let them go to the border and take them in and stuff. Because did you realize by the age when they graduate kindergarten, they're already taught that Israel and America are bad and they need to kill them?
Mm-hmm.
And stuff. So I don't. If they're over there starving, it's their own frickin' fault. Because on the 6th, there was a ceasefire. And after the 7th, they just need to be wiped out. So, and I know that a lot of people probably won't think that's right, but I don't really care. And I really do think a lot of Grump's opinions and stuff and everything. So we're just sitting back listening and having a skull buster yet tonight. So we'll talk at you later.
All right. Another, as he said, one and done. Back-to-back nights. There was another regulatory issue in the industry, the underride guards, the side rail guards on tractor trailers. Remember they set up that whole advisory committee to come up with some recommendations. Are they good, bad, indifferent? Is it worth it? Yeah, that committee spent more time during their gatherings, I guess, bickering amongst themselves than actually coming up with any sort of a resolution to the problem. Instead, the divided committee has now submitted a 410-page report that consists of some recommendations from the majority of members and dissent from those in the minority. The fractured report prompting the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association to write a letter to lawmakers this past day that called out a lack of a true consensus, stating the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration should not advance potential new underride standards until further research, analysis, and testing is completed as directed by the bipartisan infrastructure law. The only recommendations that garnered true consensus support among this panel generally involved enhancing research and reporting. As such, these are the only elements of the final report Congress and the DOT should take seriously. Now, we all know what an underride crash is. As a car slides underneath a tractor trailer, we already know the requirement for backside underride guards, but the committee mandated by Congress was created with a natural divide. 3 of the original 16 members actually had family members who died in underride-related crashes. Several of the members have long lobbied for a side underride guard mandate. Doug Smith, an OOIDA board member, was the only truck driver actually on the committee. Other representatives pointed out concerns regarding unintended consequences of those side underride guards, and plus the cost-benefit analysis that indicated that the mandate could cost as much as $1.2 billion while saving fewer than 20 lives annually. And I know some say, well, what is the value of a life? If you had a family member that potentially would be lost in the event of an underride crash, would that $1.2 billion be money well spent in your mind? Valid arguments, but I can see why the committee was so divided all along. All right, what kind of baloney we got this morning, Knucklebuster? Hey there.
Morning, Mr. T. Summers. I'm impressed. My name's been mentioned 3 times already this week. So, I'm really impressed. Semper Fi, once a Marine, always a Marine. I spent 14 years in the Marine Corps. Had a mortar round about to take my head off one time, but can't hear too well, but I can hear some stuff going on there. So anyway, we still have a constitution in this country, right?
Yes, we do.
And what's the first 10? The first 10 are amendments are Bill of Rights, right?
Yeah, right.
And what's the first one? Freedom of speech. That's right. Well, I ain't never gonna quit voicing my opinion either. He's allowed to have his opinion too, and I'll give it to him. So, how do I know they're owner operators? I see that OOIDA sticker out there in that window, and that is Owner Operator Independent Drivers Association sticker. I won't use that other one there, so I don't want to offend any of your callers this morning. But anyway, I don't know. It's we could all do better, including me. My truck will run just as fast as hers, but I choose to drive a speed limit. Keeps me from having to pay money out of my back pocket. I don't have any money I want to give a state of anybody there, right? So, well, you know, I heard one of your callers went and got home from his run, took a shower, and his next door neighbor showed up in a C2 negligee, Stephen.
Oh, yeah?
Looking for a cup of sugar, winking at him. Yeah. He said, "Come on in, Bruce. I was just getting ready to go to bed." So that's all my bull on it for today. So.
I get who you're referencing there. Come on in, Bruce. That'd be Jenner. It's Caitlin, by the way. It's not Bruce. It's Caitlin. Come on in, Caitlin. All right, the heat is on and continues out west. Yeah, following highs in the low 90s in Los Angeles this past day. More typical highs in the mid-80s return by the weekend. Sacramento, high temperatures will be trending downward from the 110s today to the lower 90s by early next week. While those temperatures trend down in parts of the west, it's going to be rising further to the east. So get ready for more heat. Utah, Idaho, Colorado, Wyoming, and New Mexico. For example, highs in Salt Lake City forecast to be within a few degrees of 105 now through Sunday. The all-time record of 107, most recently on July the 17th of 22, could be challenged on one or two of those days between now and Sunday. Just on the eastern side of the Rockies, Denver, get ready. You're going to see high temperatures in the lower 100s from Saturday through Monday. We could be challenging some records there. The heat also expands on into the Great Plains by next week, come Monday. A high about 20 degrees above average of 87 is forecast for Scottsbluff, Nebraska. Kansas City, Missouri will see highs near the century mark several days next week as well. So the change in the orientation of that high pressure allows some more moisture that's been setting off some thunderstorms in New Mexico and eastern Arizona to also expand into more of the deserts and the mountains of the southwest region for the balance of this week and into the weekend. Now, that'll result in higher humidity levels, and that will allow thunderstorms to pop up mainly in the mountains from Arizona and Nevada back into California. Now, most of the spotty storms that do erupt associated with the North American monsoon will bring little rain, but it will bring lightning strikes and some gusty winds. That could trigger some new wildfires. The winds could result in some dust storms where you don't see you see little or maybe no rain. A lot of wildfires out west right now. As of about 24 hours ago, more than 70 active wildfires in the country. The majority scorching land from the Rockies to the Pacific coast. Now, in rare cases, enough rain may fall within the core of the thunderstorm to bring a torrential downpour where the runoff works into the normally dry stream beds or slow-flowing rivers. A flash flood could occur that picks up considerable amounts of debris, the fallen trees and rocks that could actually block some of the secondary roads there out west.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration
emissions.
The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
For several months now, what is known as KC Scout, the traffic information system, it's been all screwed up. Tuesday, I believe they announced that their website services, including live cameras, were restored more than 2 months after a cyber attack hit the system. Back on June the 20th, they announced that KC Scout's digital message boards were back to displaying real-time information. They had been shut down by that attack back in April. Joint statement from the Missouri and Kansas Department of Transportation reiterated that a full restoration of services is ongoing, including the KC Scout mobile app, real-time cameras on the Missouri DOT and Kansas DOT traveler maps, and camera streams, access for their media partners. They've got some 400 cameras to monitor highways in the Kansas City metro area. Those cameras have proven particularly critical for truckers in adverse weather conditions, not only providing real-time travel info, but also a pretty reliable source of verifying with a dispatcher whether a trip should be paused, stopped, or maybe not started. They said they'd like to thank everyone for their patience during the service outage and as efforts toward complete service restoration continue. It sounds like, based on the amount of time, I don't know if that was, I'm assuming it was likely a ransomware attack. And if you don't pay the ransom, you've got to go back to scratch and start rebuilding your system step by step. And again, 2 months. I'm pretty sure that's what that was. Shut everything down. Emergency services through the Kansas and Missouri Departments of Transportation are still available. Both the Kansas Highway Patrol Motorist Assist Vehicle and the Missouri DOT Emergency Response continue to run routes and respond to incidents in their respective jurisdictions. But it's all too common every single day. Who gets attacked next, right? Vic, checking in here. What's going on this morning, Vic?
I was just curious. They call the stress hormone cortisol, which truck drivers have a lot of, and other high stress jobs. And I was just wondering if you get any type of a bonus from the government for relieving stress from the truck drivers there under the Affordable Care Act. Because, under that Affordable Care Act, you have these practitioners that will, navigators, that they will tell you which health insurance you need to buy. And, I'm not, it seems like a lot of the current drivers are coming up with different health problems. And I wish them all the best. But whenever you were mentioning about all this different stuff that was going on, the key word there is mandates. And the government, as I've often said, they mess things up more than what they really really cure anything. And they, with the group that's coming on now, and all this with Biden and everything else, the government is so involved in everything that you have to practice politics. I know years ago I worked for a company that said practice politics or perish. That was in agriculture. So that's been around for me since the early 1970s, because the government's always coming up with some regulation, and it would be comfortable if the people that were making those regulations really knew what they were talking about. Because you mentioned the underride guards. How are those underride guards going to be designed that will actually stop a vehicle? Because have you looked at those things, the underride things they have on there now that's supposed to help with your fuel mileage? I don't know if you've ever looked at any of those, like the trucks are chosen. Well, you know how flimsy they are. You know, I mean, they're not going to stop anything. The ones, maybe they've improved them, but when I got off the road, it was a flimsy piece of plastic, actually with a wooden superstructure holding it up. I mean, they were just there to stop the wind, and that's it. So if they want to stop a vehicle from going underneath the trailer, they're going to need some sort of a stout angle iron or something.
Oh yeah, I mean the old. I mean the fairings for the aerodynamics thing. Yeah, that was just about when the side underride guards you're talking about. It's going to be more like your rear underride guard, a heavy metal device, supposedly strong enough to stop a vehicle doing at least 30 miles an hour.
Okay, well that leads me to another point. The company that I was driving for got sued one time because the ICC bumper that they're talking about on the back, somehow it got broke. You know, I don't know if they tried to pull away with the dock lock, still on or what. But anyway, the ICC bumper got pulled off. So he goes to the local terminal, and the guy welds it back on. The problem was the guy that welded it back on, he was not a certified mechanic to do by the Federal Highway Administration. So later on, that trailer was involved in another accident. That ICC bumper broke off, and the company got sued because they did not have a certified mechanic weld that bumper back on.
Wow!
So that's just some of the really weird things that can happen out there. So. Like I said, there are way too many mandates from people that I don't think they've really thought it all through. But as we're approaching this particular election, today I seen that Smartmatic, the voting machine, was suing some news organization or anybody that said
anybody that says they could be compromised. Okay, we got to pause there.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. NATO leaders have promised an irreversible path towards Ukraine's membership of the military alliance. The group's 32 members have also pledged unwavering support for Kyiv in the face of Russia's invasion of the country. At a leaders' summit in Washington, the US confirmed American-built F-16 fighter jets are being transferred to Ukraine from Denmark and the Netherlands. It marks Keir Starmer's first international summit as UK Prime Minister, and he also held talks at the White House with President Biden.
We're very pleased to be able to come so early in the government to recommit to NATO, to recommit to the special relationship.
I kind of see you guys as the knot tying the transatlantic alliance together.
And for the first time, NATO's accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communiqué approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach.
US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, even as Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's hardly given him a ringing endorsement. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic U.S. Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe U.S. President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump.
A group of independent UN experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. According to a recent report, close to 500,000 people are experiencing an extreme lack of food. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Well, just when it seemed like the tropics might take a break, National Hurricane Center says they're tracking a new tropical disturbance off the southeast coast. Right now, it's just disorganized showers and thunderstorms. According to Fox Weather and meteorologist Steve Morgan, this is where you'd expect to see maybe some June or July mischief. Places where you'd see typical development, in other words. It's a low chance of development at this point, but the signals are we could be dealing with it. Now, at the moment, environmental conditions are just marginally favorable from additional development over the next couple of days before it moves inland over the southeast U.S. By this weekend. There's been some signals on at least one of our hurricane models showing that there might be something that tries to spin up here. We know the real estate is going to be a big thing. That real estate, it might run out of room before it gets a chance to develop, though. Anyway, the incoming disturbance will ultimately bring some much-needed rain to North Carolina and Virginia, they tell us. All right, let me get back to the phones here. Thanks for hanging in there, Vic.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over there. I will mention something real quick. Knucklebuster talking about his bologna. I'm old enough that I remember when you stop by the corner grocery store, one of these crossroad grocery stores, and you get you a hunk of bologna and a box of crackers, and that was pretty much your lunch or dinner or supper or whatever, and you could eat it going down the road. And usually you have some sweet tea or RC Coca-Cola or something along with it. So when he was talking about all of his bologna, I don't know if he carries a roll of bologna around with him or not there. But anyway, back to the more serious issue here. Whenever they were talking about all this ELD and everything else, the big thing on that was they kept changing the hours of service. And I know I've had to stop before when I had running time, but I ran up against that 14-hour thing, and then they took the sleeper berth time away. And the other thing is that along with all those changes on the hours of service, the companies usually cheated you on the mileage you ran. They would pay you like on the Household Movers Guide or something of that nature, but most of us didn't follow the routes that the companies had because it was on the skinny roads. We just stayed up on the super slab. But when we filled out our log, we did it the way that the route sheet showed, or on the Qualcomm the routing was, and it was usually less mileage. So that kind of stretched it out a little bit. And the ELDs, you can't do that anymore. The one thing real quick that I was thinking about was we used to have a run come out of the Memphis FedEx hub, went down to Shreveport, Louisiana, down there to the airport. And when they would they routed us through the skinny roads. Most of us stayed on the main roads down to the interstate down into Shreveport. Well, in order to do that, we would have to go past the Hope, Arkansas weigh inspection station. So anyway, one of our drivers somewhere, he got stopped or whatever, and they looked at his log and says, "You're not going down this way, you're kind of cheating an hour or two." So they got in trouble. They pretty well stopped us from doing that because we had to. They knew we were going past that weigh inspection station. So, but whenever we got down there to Shreveport, if we didn't log it like the skinny roads, we'd bump up against that 14-hour thing because we had to turn around and go back to Memphis. So a lot of drivers, there's a couple of drivers dedicated to it, and the rest of us just filled in. And after that, they didn't want to do that anymore. So without boring everybody to death on that ELD thing, that's the problem with the ELD. Now, you can say we were falsifying our logs or we weren't or whatever, which I guess technically we were. But by and large, we were still safe and we were still fresh, and it really wasn't, that big a deal to most of us. So when you start talking about the ELDs, that's one thing that happened. That was, again, the government trying to solve a non-existent problem, I guess, is about the best thing I could say. But and that was the thing with Trump. He was working towards doing away with a lot of his silly regulations before he got defeated. And one of the reasons that he got defeated was because there were some Republicans that really didn't much care for what Trump was doing, and they kind of liked the way things were. And whenever you were talking about there with Biden, basically, if Biden has to be woke up when a nuclear missile is headed this way, he might as well forget it, because it's going to be here within 7 minutes. The time to stop the nuclear missiles is to make sure people aren't able to build them or have no desire to build them or has the material to build them. And that's where Biden's big failure is is that he's not doing anything to stop all these hostile movements or aggressive actions, I guess you would say, against the United States. So that's, pretty much the way that I look at that, because I'm not sure, but the missile delivery time, I know it used to be down within less than 15 minutes into the United States from different places, and now with Putin threatened to put missiles back into other places after they'd pulled them all out. And whether that includes Cuba or not, I don't know. If it's Cuba, he's only got 2 minutes anyway, so they won't even have Biden woke up before that nuclear missile, hits Washington, D.C. So the big thing is we need to be looking at our economy and the way things are going. And once you look at that and take, that's what Trump was doing. He was basically squeezing off their economic lifeline. And Biden comes along and I guess they were on life support, and then Biden comes along, and now they're robust, and we're the ones on life support, and they're pretty well dictating, what we're going to do. As you've seen from all these stupid people out there protesting against Israel, I guess they pretty well infiltrated the United States. But the one thing that I was going to mention real quick was, I was looking up some other stuff today, and I didn't realize it, but John McCain and Senator Biden were fast friends. And when Senator McCain got a distinguished alumni award from the Naval Academy, I think he was in the hospital or something, and Joe Biden was the one that went and picked up the award for him. So that's how tight they were, and I got to think about how that back in when John McCain ran against Barack Obama and Joe Biden was the vice president. And I'm thinking to myself, that kind of looks like an odd combination there. So, maybe that's why McCain really never put up much of a contest to it, and kind of let Barack Obama walk away from it. And then we had that economic crisis, and the one debate that John McCain could have won against Biden was on national security, and rather curiously, right before they held that debate, we had some sort of another financial crisis or something that was going on back there, and that crisis has never been solved either, because that Federal National Mortgage Association that bought up all those toxic mortgages, Fannie Mae, they still have not paid back the government. And until Fannie Mae pays back the government, they can't pay dividends to all these hedge funds that have bought it up. And I have a Fannie Mae mortgage, and it's kind of odd how it come with it, and it's managed by Chase Bank, and Chase Bank really doesn't want the mortgages to be paid off, because then they'll wind up losing their management fees. So that's a situation that's been going on for, what are we looking at here now? That started back in 2006, 2007, and we're almost 20 years into it, and we're unable to solve that crisis. And it's just been one crisis after another. And there's a lot of Republicans, I think, that really don't want to see Trump back in office, because many of them are making money off the Democrats. And whenever you see all this with these Democrats are saying, well, we're not kicking the big donors. Say, well, we're not kicking in money to the Biden campaign, and everybody's getting all excited about that. Well, what they realize is that if they kick money into the Biden campaign, that's going to be stuck in the Biden campaign. They didn't say they weren't going to put money into the Democratic Party and the local races and everything else. So I would imagine they're keeping their powder dry until they know for sure that Joe Biden will be the candidate. And then once that happens, they'll probably be coming back out of the woodwork. But
that's kind of what Pappy brought up earlier with that headline from the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, I think it was, to where that, I guess, the campaign war chest that's in Joe Biden's name right now cannot be transferred to another until he is the actual nominee. And that doesn't take place for a while. Back to the trucking sector, there are more opposition to the electric vehicle or the electric truck mandate. Several Mississippi senators and congressional delegates have signed on to the letter opposing the EV mandate for commercial vehicles this week. Mississippi's U.S. Senators Roger Wicker and Cindy Hyde-Smith and members of the state's congressional delegation, Trent Kelly, Michael Guest, Mike Ezell, signed on to the letter opposing the Biden administration's EV mandate on Monday. According to the Magnolia Tribune, the letter urges the Biden administration to reconsider and reverse regulations put forth in the greenhouse gas emission standards for heavy-duty vehicles Phase 3, which sets stronger standards to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from heavy-duty vehicles beginning with model year 2027. This final rule, which encompasses heavy-duty vehicles ranging from delivery trucks and school buses to tractors and semis, would disrupt the heavy-duty trucking industry, forcing the broad adoption of heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles on an extremely aggressive timeline, despite these vehicles currently being less than 1% of sales in this country. Now, they cited the study that estimated a $1 trillion cost for an EV infrastructure that could accommodate the entire commercial fleet, plus the cost for an electric semi-truck averaging over $400,000 versus a comparable Class 8 diesel truck at around $180,000, meaning electric trucks cost an average of 122% more than normal semis. Not only would this harm consumers, it would also exacerbate consolidation by effectively forcing our small trucking companies out of business that cannot afford this hasty transition to electric or hydrogen-powered trucks. This unaffordable, unachievable regulation will leave rural communities with grid capacity challenges and limited range versus comparable diesel vehicles. When regulations are rushed and the impacts on the economy are not sufficiently considered, business closures and job losses will result. We've got 29 U.S. Senate members, 128 members of Congress that have also signed that opposition letter. Senators Wicker and Hyde-Smith have also co-sponsored Senate Bill 3094, which would prevent the EPA from enacting an EV mandate and prevent future rules that would limit the ability or the availability of new vehicles based on the engine type of said vehicle. The opposition voices continue to grow. We return after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, Ed, got your email. So I got a question on the live broadcast. Why is the website showing that it's a replay and not the live show? Yes, I pulled it up, the overnightdriveradio.com. On the screen, it says it's a replay of July the 8th, I think it is. It's showing the same thing on the app this morning. That's something they're trying to get it worked out. Got some new characters, working on the behind the scenes and everything, but it seems like night after night. I mean, even we're live, but the app will show that it's a replay. Just disregard it. What's showing right now on the overnightdriveradio.com, it's live. So just disregard the date that's showing. Obviously, you got the Facebook. We're on the Rumble page, overnightdriveradio.com. Of course, on demand, all the major podcasts later in the day. Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeart, and many more. Yeah, quite an opportunity to tell you some deals we've got going on out there. If you were not aware, for a lot of the folks, the automobile drivers, not the big truck drivers, they've often said, I don't need a 64-ounce bottle of like the Stiction Eliminator or the Diesel Extreme. I just, a 64-ounce bottle, hell, it'd take me years to go through that in my automobile. We've got the smaller versions now, the everyday diesel treatment now available at AutoZone locations all over the country in a 4-ounce application. The everyday diesel. Diesel Extreme is available in the 16-ounce bottles. Stiction Eliminator also available at AutoZone in the 16-ounce bottles. All right. Meanwhile, for the big truck drivers, what do we have going on right now? It's July. For July and August. You buy 2 32-ounce everyday diesel treatments at Love's Travel Centers, and you'll get 800 My Love's reward points. Again, that's the 2 32-ounce everyday diesel treatments. On down to Pilot and Flying J, we've got for this month here, July, purchase 2 32-ounce everyday diesel treatments as well. That's 800 My Rewards plus points. So Pilot, Flying J, Love's Travel Centers. All right, let's get back to the calls, see what's happening with Jolly Green Giant this morning.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to talk about the electronic law book. I got to be honest with you, I got to respectfully disagree with that is what's causing the problem with more accidents, people rushing down the road to get to a truck stop to park, to rest areas, and so on. We really need to look at what the real problem is, and Vic actually brought up what I'm going to talk about, and that is the hours of service rules. the rules that controls the law book. When I'd start first driving back in caveman days, we could stop the law book by going off duty. Okay, back in the earlier days. All right, and what I mean is, when you go to a shipper and you're loading, you could stand there and go to the off-duty line, or you could go back into sleeper and go to sleep, and it would stop your logbook. All right? Well, so the Department of Transportation, or CSA, decided to change those rules. They went from a 15-hour rule to a 14-hour rule. The only difference is now, once you start your logbook, you cannot stop your logbook. You have to finish your... You only have 14 hours to get it done. You end up on the road because the road is shut down because of an accident. That counts against your 14. If you're at a shipper or that counts against your 14. There is your problem. In my opinion, and I've been saying it since they come up with these new rules, that was going to cause, it was actually going to make fatigue even worse. And that, in my opinion, is really what's causing the problem, not the electronic logbook. It's the rules that are actually associated with the electronic logbook that's causing the problem. So you really need to look at the laws. That is what's causing these drivers. I'm seeing drivers on the side of the road taking a break on the shoulder, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I never seen that before. So they're actually taking a break on the shoulder. See, there's another rule we're not talking about. After 8 hours, you got to take a 30-minute break. We didn't have that rule before.
Right.
So, and I have to respect.
So I would have to say, I would say that it's a combination of the two. Then, Jolly Green, yes, the rules are the problem. If you were on paper, you could maybe juggle that paper to make things look a little different. The electronic logging device, you have no way to get around it. So the 14-hour rule is there. I think if you were on paper, you might be able to circumvent some way or another. But with the ELD, there's no getting around it. And that's why you see trucks on the side of the road taking a 30-minute break.
Right. I understand what you're saying. And I was doing logs. I happen to like the electronic logbook. But I'm an LTL driver, not an owner-operator. Now, I do understand what Grump was talking about. I realize he was talking about the mom and pop and pushing some of the companies out of business. I had a friend that was an owner-operator, and he talked about how that was hurting his business. And
All right, I'm looking at the clock. Hey, we got to pause there. We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. NATO leaders have promised an irreversible path towards Ukraine's membership of the military alliance. The group's 32 members have also pledged unwavering support for Kyiv in the face of Russia's invasion of the country. At a leaders' summit in Washington, the US confirmed American-built F-16 fighter jets are being transferred to Ukraine from Denmark and the Netherlands. It marks Keir Starmer's first international summit as UK Prime Minister, and he also held talks at the White House with President Biden.
We're very pleased to be able to come so early in the government to recommit to NATO, to recommit to the special relationship.
I kind of see you guys as the knot tying the transatlantic alliance together.
And for the first time, NATO's accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communique approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, even as Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's hardly given him a ringing endorsement. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic U.S. Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe U.S. President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump. Mitch McCann, New York.
A group of independent UN experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. According to a recent report, close to 500,000 people are experiencing an extreme lack of food. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the agonies of America's Democratic Party continuing to play out in public as Joe Biden faces fresh calls for him to quit the country's presidential race. David Smith is Washington bureau chief for The Guardian.
There are very few Democrats who actually have malice or dislike of Joe Biden. They're so grateful to him for all these decades of service and not least defeating Donald Trump in 2020. So it's very painful to now turn around and say he is not the man. Thomas Friedman, who's a New York Times columnist who's very friendly with Biden, he wrote a column saying that he watched that TV debate and then he sat on the edge of his bed and wept. There was something tragic, almost Shakespearean tragedy about Biden just reaching this age and losing that capacity in their view. It's divisive, it's paralyzing for the party. There's still no clear answer, because if you listen to Joe Biden's speech in Washington at the start of the NATO summit, his voice was strong and clear. It was a bit more of that old Biden again. He has good days and bad days. I think his critics fear the bad days are becoming more frequent, but the party is very torn and divided over this, really, without a clear-cut answer, and that's a great opportunity for Donald Trump.
The president insists he is soldiering on and has now scheduled a 1-hour interview with NBC News next Monday, but the pace of events makes that seem like a long way off. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. NATO leaders have promised an irreversible path towards Ukraine's membership of the military alliance.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, as we get our final hour underway here, rolling into a Thursday. Updates on the Starliner, as we've got a pair of astronauts that seem to be stranded on the space station. NASA keeps saying, no, they're not stranded, but they're supposed to come home a long time ago, and there is no set time for them to attempt a return to planet Earth. Sounds like stranded to me, but... And meanwhile, President Biden rejecting former President Trump's challenge to an extra debate and maybe a round of golf. Put your money where your mouth is. Yeah, instead, Biden's camp made some challenges to Trump while retorting that the president doesn't have time for Trump's weird antics. We would challenge Donald Trump to create jobs, but he lost 3 million. COVID, right? A statement from the campaign shortly after Trump made his dare during his speech that resort in Miami on Tuesday. They went on to say we would challenge Donald Trump to stand up to Vladimir Putin, but he bent a knee to him. We'd challenge Donald Trump to follow the law, but he breaks the law. We would challenge Donald Trump to not destroy our country, but that's all his Project 2025 aims to do. It's the war of words between the campaign. All right, back to Jolly Green. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, Steve, I appreciate that. I think that what I'm talking about the difference between the old hour service rules and the new ones.
Sure.
Before, for instance, it would take 8 hours to reset your law book on the old rules. Now it's 10 hours. And actually, that's not really a bad thing. It really isn't. What I think is really what is increasing the fatigue is the straight 14, and you can't offset that 14. It's a straight 14. Once you start, you only have 14 hours to get it done. That, in my opinion, is what's causing the problem. That is what's causing the fatigue and why these drivers are ending up in more accidents. I've been saying it since day one when they came up with those new hour service rules. I thought it was going to increase fatigue and make fatigue even worse. And I definitely believe that what Grump was talking about is exactly what is behind that problem, okay? And I know that Grump was not encouraging falsification of laws.
Right.
And I know he wasn't encouraging that because I believe he's the kind of a driver that runs it the correct way. I've been driving for this LTO company, me and Sex Maniac. Kevin will be here 25 years. I've been here 26 years. Our runs require only 9 to 10 hours a day if nothing goes wrong, meaning it's no bad weather and no accidents. Where we run into problem is when there is an accident, the road is shut down, or bad weather. That means a 9 or 10 hour run will end up being a 12 and 14 hour run. Okay? So, and at our age, Sexmaniac is 70. I'll be 69 next month. So that really wears upon us. We're not young anymore. We're not the young pups we were when we were driving in caveman days. So, but I like the old hour service rules better because if I wanted to pull over and take a nap, I could. And I could stop that law book. I go to the off-duty line and I would take a nap. Or while I was loading the truck, I could be in the sleeper taking a nap and it would not count against my 15 hours, which is what the hour service maximum was back then. It would not count against me. So it is that new change at the straight 14, in my opinion, is really what's causing maybe the increase of accidents, the driver speeding to get to that truck stop, to find that parking space or in the rest area, and why we're seeing so many on the ramps, why we're seeing them taking a break on the shoulder. It's that 14-hour rule, and I thought it was a stupid idea. I still think it's a stupid idea. But there are some positives, and one of the positives is that 14-hour restart. Now, another thing I'm not talking about, there's two different law books, and one is the 8-day work week and the 7-day work week. The company I work for is on a 7-day work week, which is a 60-hour rule. Okay? Now, most owner-operators, the Grump was talking about, are on probably an 8-day work week, 70-hour rule. And yes, when I drove long distance, that was the law book I was on. So if we didn't have a law book, let's talk about if we didn't have a law book, these companies would run us into the ground, and they would. That's why the law book was created, in my opinion, so that drivers, we wouldn't have fatigued drivers out here. But then they come up with that dumb 14-hour straight rule, and in my opinion, they're increasing the possibility of fatigue. And that's just my opinion,
right.
Steve.
Sure.
And I've been doing this for 40 years, Steve. So I was here before the CDL license rules. I had a chauffeur's license back in the old days. So I've seen some of the changes, and I know exactly, in my opinion, what causes a lot of these problems. And the mom and pops that Grump was talking about, I do understand why a lot of these individuals have had to go out of business I think it's because of the restraints on the hour service rule, the straight 14, and it's just they couldn't do it. In my opinion, the way they got things set up now, Steve, it takes more drivers to get it done than what it did before, because they have got is under strict restraint of a 14 straight hour rule. In my opinion, that is really what's causing a serious problem with the industry. That rule was dumb. So, I mean, we go from a 15-hour rule to a 14 straight hour rule. So, I can't pull over and take a nap no more because I've got 500 miles I got to go, or 600 miles. See, I can't pull over no more.
That's the premise.
Because I can't offset that 14 hours.
Right.
So,
well, what
I'm trying to say is sometimes you got to look at the big picture. There's a little bit more behind the electronic law book than really what meets the eye. We really need to look at the laws.
Well,
that's really causing the problem.
And who came up with all those rules? Who put those all together? Who's
government?
Who's running the FMCSA? Yeah. Right, a bunch of people in suit and ties that have no idea what it's like to be out there driving a truck. They have no clue.
I agree with you 100%. I know your dad was talking about this years and years ago.
Yep.
I sympathize with my owner-operator brothers out there I know that they're trying to make a living. One of my closest friends was an owner-operator through Landstar. I do understand what they're dealing with. Now, I'm a company driver, and I get paid. I'm on the same run every single day. I know exactly how long it takes me to do my run. So this sex maniac, we bidded on these runs. We've been here a long time, so we know exactly how long it takes to get that run when nothing goes wrong. But when things go wrong, that's where we got problems, you know? But that's why I had to call in, Steve, because I really, truly had to bring up the hours service changes and that 14-hour straight rule. And I think Vic was talking about it just a little bit. He didn't elaborate on it too much, but that's really what the real problem is, okay, with the electronic law book.
Makes perfect sense. The crux of the problem, it begins there. And as like I tried to point out, the ELD just even exacerbates the issue of the hours rule, because there ain't no manipulating the electronic device. Well, unless you work for a company that's, you just call that person in the back room and, fix your log for you there. Yeah, how many occasions on paper logs? Now, anyone in their right mind would know if you're 20 miles from your home destination, you're home 20, you're going to be home for you're going to do a 34-hour or whatever the case is going to be. Yeah, you'd get there. If you were running the 14 hours is up. I've only got 20 miles to go. With the ELD, you can't. Yeah, you can't make that extra because you got held up in that 2-hour traffic delay. That was not anticipated. The word is flexibility. How many times over the years has the trucking community said, flexibility? We need flexibility in the rules. And they always come out with this hard line, one size fits all. If you're Jolly Green's doing a run that he knows what it's going to be every single day. Yeah, how many hundreds of thousands of drivers out there don't? You're working load boards. You're whatever you're running. You don't know what you're going to be pulling from one day to the next. Flexibility. All right, back to the International Space Station. As the two astronauts are still stuck without a departure date. Nonetheless, expressing confidence that their Boeing Starliner spaceship will soon bring them home. Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who departed this planet June 5 after years of delays and safety scares affecting the Starliner, as well as 2 aborted launch attempts as the 2 were strapped in ready to go, docking the following day for what was meant to be about a week-long stay. And they continue to have their return pushed back over and over because of thruster malfunctions, helium leaks, things that came to light during the journey. Asked during a live press call from the orbital outpost, do you still have faith in the Starliner team and the spaceship? Mission Commander Wilmore said, we're absolutely confident. Yeah, Williams said, I have a real good feeling in my heart that the spacecraft will bring us home no problem. Either way, they said, she said, we're continuing to enjoy our time on the space station, performing tasks like changing out the pump on a machine that processes urine back into drinking water, carrying out science experiments such as gene sequencing in the microgravity environment. They've also tested the Starliner as a safe haven vehicle in the event of problems aboard the station, and they've checked out how the life support performs when 4 people are inside. Before they can come home, though, ground teams have to run more testing to try and understand the root causes of some of the issues that the Starliner has experienced. It was known there was 1 helium leak affecting the craft before the launch, but more leaks emerged during that flight. While helium is non-combustible, it provides the pressure to the propulsion system. Separately, some of Starliner's thrusters that provide fine maneuvering initially failed to kick in. That delayed their initial docking. Engineers aren't sure why the craft's computer deselected these thrusters, even though they were able to restart most of them. The crew insisted Starliner could fly home in case there was an emergency, since the problems affected only the fine maneuvering thrusters and not those responsible for the deorbit burn that would bring the craft back into the atmosphere. Yeah, I mean, issues with new spacecraft are not something new. It's not uncommon. But this particular program, the Starliner program, has suffered from comparisons to SpaceX's Crew Dragon. Both companies were awarded multi-billion-dollar contracts 10 years ago to provide the U.S. Space Agency with rides to the space station. SpaceX succeeded in 2020. They've carried dozens of people since then. Meanwhile, Boeing, Starliner just really lagging behind. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Chatting a bit earlier about why, in many cases, some of our representatives there in D.C., whether it's a House or a senator, House member, senator, why do they stick around for 20, 30, 40 years? Is it the power trip thing? Or is it the ability to make millions of dollars while you're on a $150,000 salary. I think the big player is, well, who wouldn't want to be a millionaire? We all would like to. See if this goes anywhere, and see if this maybe, if it were to actually come to fruition, maybe would thin the herd a little bit, where representatives might serve one term or two and go back to their regular job, their occupation. A group of bipartisan senators this past day unveiling legislation that would bar lawmakers and their spouses and dependent children from buying stocks and other covered investments and prevent congressional members from selling stocks 90 days after the bill is enacted. It would also require the president and vice president to divest from all covered investments starting in 2027. Senator Jon Ossoff said members of Congress should not be playing the stock market while we're making federal policy and have extraordinary access to confidential information. He's leading this push to pass the bill, which is dubbed the Ethics Act. We still have a long way to go to pass this, but today's bipartisan announcement is a major step forward. So Ossoff, the Democrat of Georgia, along with Gary Peters, Democrat of Michigan, Josh Hawley, Republican of Missouri, Jeff Merkley, Democrat Oregon, announced their legislative proposal this past day. The Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee has to first approve the bill before any floor action. Peters, the panel's chair, says this is a common sense piece of legislation that helps maintain trust in this institution, which there's very little. Now, Ossoff, who in 2021 put his own stock portfolio in a blind trust, has been leading efforts to ban stock trading by members of Congress. The bill would not allow lawmakers to use a blind trust. Now, he said, we're all united behind the agreed framework and text here. Members of Congress should not be permitted to trade in stocks while they're in office. It's a strong bill that would fully achieve that objective. It's not certain whether House Republicans will take similar efforts. Quite a number of Republicans have pledged to move a serious stock trading bill, according to Hawley. The fact that the Senate's taking up one that is very serious, I hope my counterparts in the House on the Republican side will look at this and say, this is something we need to get behind. Right. I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. What reasoning would there be to oppose that? Rather than your own greed factor, because you're making tons of money. Coming into office as an average everyday citizen, working from paycheck to paycheck, 6, 8, 10 years later, leaving with millions and millions of dollars in the bank. That doesn't just magically happen. See what, let's see here. Dan, I looked at the clock and I see we are less than a minute from the news break. So hang in there. We'll get you right after the break. Just a quick moment. Hey, quick reminder. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, anything that may be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. It's called Sta-Bil Storage. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Whatever engine it might be, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. It's 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. NATO leaders have promised an irreversible path towards Ukraine's membership of the military alliance. The group's 32 members have also pledged unwavering support for Kyiv in the face of Russia's invasion of the country. At a leaders' summit in Washington, the US confirmed American-built F-16 fighter jets are being transferred to Ukraine from Denmark and the Netherlands. It marks Keir Starmer's first international summit as UK Prime Minister, and he also held talks at the White House with President Biden.
We're very pleased to be able to come so early in the government to recommit to NATO, to recommit to the special relationship.
I kind of see you guys as the knot tying the transatlantic alliance together.
And for the first time, NATO's accused China of supplying Russia's attacks on Ukraine. Laura Westbrook has more.
In a sternly worded final communiqué approved by 32 NATO members, they accused Beijing of becoming a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine and demanded that China cease shipments of weapons components and other technology critical to the rebuilding of the Russian military. It also called its deepening ties with Moscow a cause of deep concern. Beijing insists that it doesn't provide direct military aid to Russia, but has maintained strong trade ties. The Chinese embassy in Washington said China's normal trade with Russia is done above board and beyond reproach.
US President Joe Biden is clinging on to his political future despite intense pressure not to run for re-election, even as Democrats consider calls for him to bow out. One Democratic senator has suggested Donald Trump might be on track to claim the presidency in a landslide, and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's hardly given him a ringing endorsement. Mitch McCann reports.
Colorado's Michael Bennet is the first Democratic U.S. Senator to publicly reveal he doesn't believe U.S. President Joe Biden can win November's election after his disastrous debate performance. Bennet told CNN that Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House. He said Biden's candidacy is not a question about politics. It's a moral question about the future of our country. Meanwhile, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi stopped short of completely endorsing Biden on cable TV, saying it's up to the president to decide if he's going to run. We're all encouraging him to make that decision because time is running short, she said. For Biden, though, it seems there is no decision to be made, and he's forging on with his campaign, saying he can still beat his predecessor, Donald Trump.
A group of independent UN experts say famine has spread across the entire Gaza Strip. According to a recent report, close to 500,000 people are experiencing an extreme lack of food. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, back at it here on a Thursday. Wow, weekend almost here. Be here before you know it. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Dan. What's on your mind?
Oh, well, I was thinking, all these Democrats that are voicing concerns, the whole thing about Biden not running is because they don't think he can win. They don't address the issue is, can he run the country?
Mhm.
We know he can't. But if he could win, if he was up, if he had President Trump's poll numbers, well, then that would be fine. Is that you? Is that you saying the
absolutely.
I mean, the man should resign from the office. He's too arrogant. He don't really care about the country. He's unpatriotic. So he says, well, if I can win, if he can't win, then we need to get rid of him. And his financial donors, the corporate, the large interests that are backing him, they just don't. He's like a racehorse. They don't think he can win. We don't care if he ruins the country. He just can't win, and we don't want our money wasted. Now, as far as that technicality, I was told Harris is the only one that could get the money right now. Is that correct?
According to the Wall Street Journal, no, not even Harris at this point, because Biden's not the nominee officially.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, I guess he could say I'm dropping out. I mean, what do? Make him the nominee, and then he refuses to accept it? Is that how that works?
See, but that's not going to be able to happen till the convention in August. And that's why I think that's where Nancy's bringing this whole thing about what is it? What time is running short? She said yesterday. So I guess all these big donors could hang on to their money, and if he were to drop out, then I guess they could give all that money to Kamala and rather than Biden right now.
Well, since she's part of the ticket, I didn't know they had to wait until they got the nomination.
That was, again, the word from the Wall Street Journal. Pappy had forwarded that headline to me earlier that said if he were to drop out right now, that only apparently like $2,000, according to the election rules, $2,000 is all of that war chest that he'd be able to pass to her.
I'm sorry, you cut out. You said that if he dropped out now, he still can't pass it along to her.
Only a maximum of
the ticket.
A maximum of $2,000 out of the however many millions he's got. Only $2,000 he could pass on.
Well, I keep thinking the reason he wants to stay in is, we know he's selfish and he doesn't care about the country, but I think he wants to get his hands on some of that money. I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Who knows?
But, yeah, I mean, I don't know, Steve. I think I've often wondered about that when a candidate has money left over in donated funds. I know they give it away to other offices and stuff like that. I believe they can take some of that for themselves. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to check it out. I don't want to say something that's not true.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems like they can. I think they can set on it for a while and maybe for another campaign or something. I'm not honestly sure how that works, though.
Oh, yeah, they can carry it forward to another campaign. They can do that. But I mean, in terms of converting it for personal funds, I don't know. But I mean, you leave that family, which has been several. I mean, it goes into multi-generations of people that have been making off of money off the government, off of Biden. They're sitting on $125 million. They don't want to walk away from it. But I mean, I guess the problem that I would see is, so if Biden were winning in the polls, then you're okay with his performance. His performance is what you caused him to take a downward spiral in the polls, to start losing those. So that's what you're mad about. I mean, do you see where the soul of this country's gone? You know what I'm saying? I don't get it. I mean, I mean, where is you know, you and I both know the man couldn't hold any job in America that pays anything. He couldn't be the greeter at Walmart or any of these other jobs. Not that that's a diminished job, but he couldn't do jobs that don't take any special skill. Couldn't handle it. But it's okay for him to be the president.
Because behind the scenes, somebody else is running the show. And that's the question everybody's been asking.
Well,
so many say it's the big O. Who is it?
Well, quite frankly, as sad to say is, and I think it's true, I think it's him. I really do. And that's why the country's in the condition that it's in. One other thing I was going to ask you on, I really do. I mean, that or his wife, doctor, right? Steve?
Yeah.
Most school teachers you call doctor, right? Are they admitting, is NATO admitting Ukraine into it?
My understanding from listening to the news breaks is I guess at this meeting, they've made a firm commitment at some point to allow them to join NATO. That's what there's a firm commitment. Not right now, no set date. And I guess somewhere down the line, when they dot the I's and cross the T's, and I guess they'd have to win the war against Russia first, but they're going to let them in. And what's that?
Oh, what do you make that as?
Yeah, what do you think Putin is thinking about that? I mean, supposedly the reason this war is ongoing is because they were threatening to allow them to join NATO.
Well, yeah, and I mean, and of course that means U.S. troops, because he's being attacked, and if one is attacked, we come to their assistance of another NATO member.
Right.
And I mean, if so, Ukraine is going to. I mean, I can't really see them winning the war. I mean, what are they going to do? Attack Moscow? You know, I mean, nobody in their right mind would even recommend that. I mean, I don't know. It's such a screwed up mess that, you know, and my interest in it is that we're not just giving them money. I mean, we're not just giving them armaments. We're actually covering some of their governmental expenses, like the pensions of their employees. And I mean, I want to PO your people, but Americans must be. I mean, any country that allow this to go on is just like, what a bunch of dumbasses. I mean, where do they think this money's going to come from, other than the taxpayers? And I don't get it. I really don't, and so better shut up. But I look at this thing in Ukraine that goes on. And Steve, now Gaza, everybody, 500,000 people, is that what they said, are starving?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the pier? Is the pier sunk? Or is it not working, or is it not there? The humanitarian.
The pier is back in place, but, I mean, word came down yesterday or the day before that it will be permanently removed here in a matter of days, I believe they said, for whatever reason. I don't know why.
So we built it,
Uh-huh.
And now that the people are starving and the purpose was to give them aid, now we're going to remove it when they need it. Brother, you know, I mean, I tried to follow that story, and I really didn't understand it. I mean, if that's what the purpose of the pier was, and it's a floatable pier, correct?
Correct.
Well,
I'm looking at I can give you a couple of updates. First of all, the pier built by the military, U.S. military, to bring humanitarian aid to Gaza will be reinstalled Wednesday, so yesterday, to be used for several days. Then the plan is to pull it out permanently, according to several U.S. officials. That would deal the final blow to a project long plagued by bad weather, security uncertainties, difficulties getting food actually into the hands of the starving Palestinians. I think most of this aid going in is actually the Hamas militants are snagging it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Hamas is grabbing this aid, and I believe Israel has given aid to them also, has provided aid, and they're grabbing that. I mean, what I don't understand, I mean, we're funding both sides of this war, right? I mean, we're giving aid to Hamas, or we're giving aid to the Gazan people. Well,
right.
People better drop the Gaza is Hamas. The people in Gaza are Hamas. They voted for him. And now the story gets out, well, they were forced to vote for him. Honestly, Steve, I look forward to you every night at 11 my time, midnight yours. I try to turn it off so I don't get too damn depressed. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I mean, I can't follow it. I really can't follow it. And I just I don't know. I mean, I could make a prediction about Biden, but I didn't know that until I listened to your show tonight about that. I thought she could get that because her name, she was part of that ticket. You know, he would resign if he resigns from as a candidate.
Correct. But he's officially he's not officially the nominee at this point until that convention.
Well, I don't know. I guess they're saying he's got to. I mean, is that what it means? He's got to be the nominee.
Correct.
He's got to accept the nomination and then drop out.
And then, if he were to say, due to health reasons, I cannot continue, boom, then I guess the money could transfer to Kamala.
Well, for the Warbucks people, they could refund somebody else now, you know. And I do know this, I believe certain people, I believe it was Newt Gingrich, those delegates are still free. They're not pledged to him.
Correct.
They're not pledged. I mean, they were elected. I mean, the delegates are coming there, and they've got the primary, but I don't believe they are absolutely have to vote for him. Is that correct? I mean, that's
I'm not sure about the Democrat rules, but yeah, that was I mean, that's the purpose of the convention to begin with. I mean, to officially select who the nominee is going to be. And of course, day before yesterday when Joe said, if you don't want him on the ticket, challenge me at the convention. I think that could very well happen. If he doesn't drop out before, I'm thinking he very well may not be the nominee when it's all said and done. Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate you being a part of the show. But yeah, I'm looking at from Politico. The word, I don't know if this is going to be officially announced today. It says NATO members are likely to declare that Ukraine's path to membership in the alliance is, quote, irreversible, according to a Ukrainian official and a person familiar with the situation, confirming that Kyiv will see that term that they've desperately wanted in writing at this week's Washington summit, which is going on, right? That term is in a draft version of the joint declaration in an already agreed-to section written by the United States. It is set to appear in the final version to be signed by all 32 members. That message offers Ukraine the alliance's word that as long as Kyiv undergoes democratic reforms, it will inevitably become a full-fledged member of the bloc. Now, they said the full text was expected to be locked in Tuesday night, formally released yesterday, Wednesday, and I think that's what they're saying. It's been agreed to. Adding that the word irreversible is likely to be in that final version. The U.S. and the vast majority of allies are supportive of the term's inclusion. Yeah, It falls short of Ukraine's goal of actually receiving an invitation to join the alliance. But that's a pretty stunning development for Ukraine. As for many allies who spent weeks of negotiations pushing for the irreversible language, it would also prove a massive defeat for Russia, which started the war in part to keep Ukraine from tilting toward the West. I mean, that alone might see the Washington summit rank among the most historic in the 75-year existence of NATO. Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration said on the sidelines of the summit this past day, the fight now is over how to use this word in the right context. We've had sort of an agreement with the U.S., so it'll be really clear that the path to membership is irreversible. Other allies are really pushing for a stronger wording, she said. Great Britain, France, our Baltic friends all want to make sure that the wording in the declaration is stronger than what the U.S. had pushed and leaves no room for doubt. She went on to say NATO is slow, but it is moving. While the draft is being written, it'll be very clear that it's the unity of the alliance which backs up the irreversibility of Ukraine's membership to NATO. Today's another day, and I guess this whole summit, today is the big, the post-UN summit press conference, where they said some of these big donors, if you weren't with us earlier, some big donors that are waiting on the sidelines, should we donate more money to the Biden camp? Supposedly, many of them are waiting to see how Joe performs later today, here Thursday, at the post-NATO summit. Will he fall flat on his face? Get lost looking for an ice cream cone? Or will he be sharp as a tack, right?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
So they look at the final wording, that report from the Politico. So while they're using the word, the path is irreversible. No time frame laid out, right? So it could be years down the line. One European official granted anonymity to brief reporters, said they had not reached a consensus about actually extending an official invitation to Ukraine to join NATO. We're discussing the language to at least showcase that their membership is irreversible, like there's no way back. At some point in time, it's going to happen. Will it be next year? Will it be 2 years? What does Ukraine have to do to actually get the official invitation to join NATO? So that's kind of where things left off there. Hello, Scarecrow.
Well, the way I understand it, Steve, there's a lot of individuals on the left that are waiting for the poll numbers that come out in the next couple of days, and that is really going to dictate if they make it public, who they're going to support or not. For what polls are worth, that'll be a true test of how the debate, played out as to what kind of support, Biden maybe has yet at this point. I was thinking about, those astronauts that are still up there. I had a picture of them yesterday. She, the girl there, you remember Rosanna Dana from Saturday Night Live?
Yeah.
Well, she's got pretty long hair, dark hair, and without gravity, it just shoots straight out from her head. I don't know if there's a little static electricity at play there too, or what. But anyway, that golf outing, that challenge of Trump there, is kind of interesting. Trump, he'll give Biden 10 strokes, and if Biden wins, Trump will pony up $1 million, and Biden can donate it to
his charity,
whatever charitable cause.
Yes.
That, yeah. But that's as far as that is going, obviously. Thinking too, we got that convention starting here in that start this weekend or next week? Next week, I believe.
Monday. I do
Well, yeah. Well, Bongino, I think he said he's gonna have about 5 hours a day of broadcasting and recording, from the convention. Now we've got cue ball up the line there. He could travel back and forth, through the convention zone there. If Bongino is looking for a guest there, Steve, I think that'd be a doable combination there. That's just something to think about there, cue ball, if you're out there. And then, I came from Bongino yesterday too. I'm trying to remember if it was Feinstein or either way. They're pretty much prepping the black community for any form of violence that they can come up with, assuming that Trump wins. They're already they're saying how if Trump were to lose, how the violence that's going to take place in this country will be so out of control and such. Well, they're using that as the excuse, so to speak, of preparing for battle themselves. That it'll just be a matter of minutes after the election totals, or tallies and such, if Trump does win, that there's going to be a upheaval in this country like I doubt we've ever seen before. But so yeah, as I say, it's interesting politics, not as we've known it for years and years. It's got my attention, that's for certain. So we're gonna let her go there, Steve. Gotta rewind and get ready for the truly best day of the week there at 10-4.
I can't believe that is coming up here. Yes, indeed, less than 24 hours from now. Technically, that would be at the midnight hour Eastern tonight. Yeah, Friday. Casual Friday? Yeah, just how casual will things be? I don't know. We'll find out at that point in time. So meanwhile, have a great day. Be safe out there, safe in your travels, your journey. Appreciate you spending some time with us here. And we'll see you again the midnight hour tonight for our next edition, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is